Chapter 1980. The demonic beast was 100 feet tall, and each of its claws was like a small mountain. When it slapped out like that, it was simply frightening. The saint ruler of the celestial court felt his scalp go numb. He never thought that the demonic beast before him was not only unafraid of the celestial court, but also went so far as to kill people from the celestial court. Without any hesitation, he fled into the distance at an extremely fast speed. However, the claws of the black-scaled demonic beast were too powerful. The terrifying aura immediately sealed off the surrounding area, cutting off his escape route. This caused the man to be terrified, and he could not help but shout, "Stop!" TSK, the demonic beast, was disdainful. The beast's claws did not stop at all. They fell straight down, directly destroying the man's body and soul. At the same time, a demonic aura spread out, destroying the God Emperor-level heavenly soldier of the celestial court. In an instant, the place became quiet. This is really the whooshing crocodile. The little Taichu and the white tiger could not help but stare. The strength of the demonic beast before them was truly terrifying. Even Lin Tian was shocked. Based on the strength displayed by the demonic beast, it was at least at the level of a holy master. It might even be at the level of a dominator. Speaking of which, little fellow, I didn't expect to see you in the celestial realm of nothingness. How did you jump up here? The demonic beast looked at Lin Tian and asked, "A senior sent us up." Lin Tian Ondao. The pitch-black demonic beast's body was very large. He chatted with it here and found out that it was now at the level of a dominator. He also found out that it was a phantom taper from the primordial era, a very terrifying wild beast. Those 9 people stole a stone key. It's said that it's an ancient artifact used to open an ancient forbidden area. The celestial court branch in this area accidentally obtained the stone key and was about to send it to the main family of the celestial court, but it was stolen the night before. He asked the serene taper about what Ao, Jian Tinzuin, and the others had stolen from the celestial court. This caused Lin Tian to be moved. From the sound of it, that forbidden area should be very unusual, and that so-called ancient door should be even more extraordinary. Otherwise, that stone key would not have been prepared to be sent to the main family of the celestial court. Ao, Jian Tinzuin, and the others snatched that stone key in order to prepare to go to that forbidden area to open that ancient door and obtain the thing behind it? Or do they have other motives? Boom! Suddenly, extremely far away, the heavens trembled. An extremely terrifying aura emerged, quickly approaching this place. As soon as this aura appeared, Lin Tian immediately trembled. Beside him, whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and white tiger also changed their expressions. The serene taper also looked in that direction and bared its teeth. They're coming again. They're really sticky. As it spoke, it tilted its head and looked at Lin Tian and the others. A circle of dark demonic light directly enveloped them. It said to Lin Tiandao, "Little guy, we'll meet again if we're fated. A few old farts are coming to kill us. It's not safe for you to be with me. Go and do your own things." As it spoke, it swung its arm and directly threw Lin Tian and the others in another direction. In a flash, they disappeared into the distance. Then it turned around and sped in the opposite direction at a very fast speed. The vibrations caused the void to distort. Almost at the moment when it was far away, 3 old men appeared in the same place. Their eyes were deep and their auras were extremely strong. "Chase!" One of them said coldly and chased in the direction that the serene taper had left. Lin Tianyi and the others were thrown out by the serene taper, wrapped in demonic light. They flew very far before slowly stopping. The demonic light broke through, and they landed on a mountain top. Who did that guy provoke in the heavenly realm? Who's chasing after it? Whooshing crocodile stared. The few auras just now were somewhat terrifying. They were definitely sovereign-level existences. Moreover, in the sovereign-level realm, there were the kind of powerhouses who could be called kings. Lin Tiandao said, "They should be people from the celestial court." He learned from the serene taper that the enemy who had sealed the other party in the chaotic world back then was someone from the celestial court. As for why they didn't directly kill the other party and only sealed the other party, the serene taper didn't explain in detail. When it mentioned this matter, it fiercely ground its huge teeth. After that, the serene taper had directly killed its way into the heavenly realm of nihility because of his escape, saying that it would tear apart a few enemies and devour them. He guessed that after the other party entered the heavenly realm of nihility, it must have found those enemies one after another. He didn't know whether it had succeeded in taking revenge, but he could guess that the other party must have caused quite a commotion after entering the heavenly realm. In addition to the other party's previous statement of Grandpa killed people from the celestial court, he could guess that the owners of those few terrifying auras were definitely powerhouses from the celestial court. All these years, the serene taper must have caused a lot of trouble for the celestial court. Nothing will happen to that guy, right? The white tiger asked. He was saved by the serene taper before, so he was naturally a little worried about the other party's safety. It should be fine. It's also at the sovereign level. Even if it can't stop a few sovereigns, it should have no problem escaping. Lin Tiandao. After saying that, he slightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and then looked into the distance. Let's go to the black-yellow secret land, he said. Now that he had obtained the sword soul fragment, it was time to rush to the black-yellow secret land and release half of the black-yellow's divine soul. At that moment, he called out to the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu, and moved quickly in the designated direction. The location of the black-yellow secret land was not close to this place, but it was not far away either. When the black-yellow tore open the world tunnel, it naturally set the location not far from the black-yellow secret land. In addition, the direction that the serene taper had thrown them happened to be in the direction of the black-yellow secret land. As a result, they were much closer to the black-yellow secret land at this time. However, even though this place was not far from the Shenhuang secret land, they still needed to travel for about a month to arrive. This was because the void in the celestial world of nothingness was countless times stronger than that of a large world like the celestial realm. Moreover, there were special laws of heaven and earth. With their current cultivation, it was not difficult to shatter the void in the celestial world of nothingness. However, it was impossible to tear open a void door in this large world to move. Even a saint could not do this. They flew in the air. In the blink of an eye, a total of 33 days had passed. On this day, a wasteland appeared in front of them. There were shrubs and dead branches and leaves everywhere on the ground. It was somewhat out of place with the magnificent environment of the celestial realm. At first glance, it was similar to the wasteland of the mortal world. That great evil once challenged the human king. He was definitely in the reaching heaven realm. How could the secret land where half of his divine soul was in seclusion be so desolate? The white tiger stared at him. Lin Tian looked ahead and said, "Desolate places are not popular. If you open up a mansion and seclude yourself in seclusion in this place, your cultivation may be slower than in some immortal mountains, but it will definitely be very safe." As he spoke, he called out to the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu. They went straight into the wasteland and headed toward the center of the wasteland. Chapter 1981. The killing aura was vast and mighty, and the shocking killing patterns extended endlessly. Lin Tianyi and the others could not help but be shocked. "What's going on?" Lin Tian frowned. He knew that there were killing patterns here, but he had the jade given by Shenhuang. Logically speaking, it was impossible to trigger the killing array here. "Hey, old man, what kind of treasure did you put here? Why are there so many killing arrays here? I'll pry them open for you." At this moment, a familiar voice came from the depths of the wasteland. Hearing this voice, Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. At the same time, the whooshing crocodile, little taichu, and white tiger could not help but widen their eyes. "Follow me." Lin Tiandao called the whooshing crocodile, little taichu, and white tiger to the depths of the wasteland. He could tell that the sudden appearance of the killing patterns here was not because of them. He had the precious jade on him, so it was impossible for him to trigger the killing formation here. It was because there were other people in the depths who came close, which triggered the killing formation. That voice was very familiar, and an unscrupulous figure appeared in his mind immediately. He led the whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and white tiger and moved very quickly, although the killing arrays around them appeared and were very terrifying because he had the jade given by Xian Huang. These killing arrays here did not attack them. Soon, they walked far away and arrived at the center of the wasteland. Ouch! An angry voice reverberated in the air. Looking over, there were streaks of black lightning crisscrossing in the air, devouring everything. The killing intent was terrifying. A gray-robed old man was dodging here and there. His hair was in a mess from being struck by the lightning. It's really this old man. Lin Tian was speechless. Wasn't this gray-robed old man in front of him the unscrupulous old man he met in the emptiness domain? Boom! The void shook violently. The black lightning was mixed with terrifying killing intent, and it was boiling wantonly as if it was going to annihilate everything around. The old man stomped his feet. At the same time, he naturally noticed Lin Tianyi and the others and could not help but stare. "Brat, why are you here?" As he dodged the black lightning, he revealed a surprised expression and stared straight at Lin Tian. "Why aren't those killing marks attacking you?" At this time, there were killing runes everywhere. Lin Tianyi and the others were in the middle of the killing runes, but none of the killing lights released by the killing runes struck Lin Tian and the others. It was as if Lin Tianyi and the others were just transparent air. "My character is good. The killing formation likes me. The three of them have benefited together by following me," Lin Tian said. The old gangster immediately scolded. F***CK off! If there is any way to avoid these killing lights, please teach this old man. The black killing lights here were truly terrifying, as if they could destroy everything. Lin Tian rolled his eyes and stepped forward to the side of the old ruffian. With a slight movement of his mind, the precious jade given by Xian Huang appeared. It shook out strands of divine brilliance, directly causing the killing patterns in the surroundings to become quiet and then disappear. The old ruffian was surprised. "You can control the killing formation here." His gaze fell on the precious jade in Lin Tian's hand, and he was moved again. "It has the aura of that old guy. Did that Xian Huang give it to you?" Lin Tian heard this and revealed a strange expression. "Do you know each other?" he asked the old ruffian. The old ruffian actually recognized the aura of Xian Huang on this precious jade at a glance. He asked if it was given by Xian Huang, which showed that he was very familiar with Xian Huang. "An acquaintance, oh, an acquaintance," the old ruffian said, and then looked at Lin Tian. "Did that Xian Huang really give it to you?" "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. Although this old guy was sometimes unscrupulous and even a little extreme, he was definitely not a bad person. He did not need to hide anything, and he said that his group came to the Void Heaven realm because of Xian Huang. At the same time, he was a little surprised. This old guy's identity was not simple. When he first learned that Ao, Jian Tinzuin, and the others were just juniors in his eyes, he was surprised. He did not expect that this old guy even knew Xian Huang and was very familiar with it. Who was Xian Huang? It was an existence in the most ancient myths, one of the most ancient sacred spirits. It even challenged the human king back then. But this old guy was actually very familiar with Xian Huang. Could it be that he was in the same era and level as Xian Huang? At the same time, the killing patterns that appeared in this place just now were absolutely terrifying. They could easily kill a wholly venerable level existence. However, when this old guy was facing those killing patterns earlier, although he was a little embarrassed, he did not seem to be in any life-threatening danger. This also puzzled him because he felt that the old guy was only at the quasi-saint level now. "Old guy, tell me the truth. Are you the reincarnation of some ancient living fossil? I keep feeling that you're not normal." He could not help but ask. On the side, Whooshing, Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger also looked at the old ruffian and felt that this old guy was not simple. You even saw through this. Kid, good eyesight. The old ruffian gave him a thumbs up and then looked up to the sky and sighed. Back then, I was handsome, confident, and powerful. Even the heavens had to be wary of me. In my sleep, I once destroyed a great world that was not much inferior to the celestial realm of nothingness. It's a pity that the glorious years of the past were gone forever because of an accident. Lin Tian, Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. Old man, you really know how to brag. Whooshing Crocodile said, Yeah, you really know how to brag. Little Taichu echoed. Lin Tian coughed dryly and was rather speechless. A great world, like the celestial realm of nothingness, was unimaginably sturdy. Even if tens of thousands of existences at the transcending heaven realm attacked together, it would still be difficult to destroy it. However, this old guy claimed that he had destroyed a great world that was not much inferior to the celestial realm of nothingness in his sleep, and that even the heavens had to be wary of him. This was too much of a joke. The old ruffian rolled his eyes. No one ever believes the truth. As he spoke, he touched his chest and took out a palm-sized millstone. It was engraved with divine marks, but it was full of cracks. The divine marks no longer had any luster, and it was obviously useless. Looking at the small millstone, his face turned green, and his face was full of heartache. The treasure that I found with great difficulty is destroyed just like that. Lin Tian glanced at the millstone. Although the divine marks on it had been destroyed, he could still see that these divine marks were not ordinary. A millstone engraved with such divine marks was definitely a precious treasure. Thinking about it, the reason why this old guy could resist the endless killing patterns engraved by the mysterious yellow in this place with his quasi-saint cultivation was because of the millstone's protection. Speaking of which, what are you doing here? He asked the old ruffian. Chapter 1982. Hearing the old hooligan's words, Lin Tian was speechless again. This old guy was really wicked. He clearly knew that this was an old friend's place, but he still forced his way in to take the treasure. The old hooligan glanced at him and asked, What about you guys? Why are you here? We have something to do. Lin Tian Ondao. After saying that, he didn't say anything else. Using the method taught by Xian Huang, he engraved a special pattern in the center of the wasteland. Then he placed the precious jade that Xian Huang gave him into the pattern. Suddenly, this place shook violently, and the space distorted inch by inch. In the next moment, a small world appeared from nothingness. The spiritual energy inside was very dense. When one looked inside, one could see that there was a soul shadow inside. The soul energy it emitted was terrifyingly strong. This is a half-soul. The old hooligan was shocked. His gaze fell on the soul shadow in the small world. This old guy actually put half of his divine soul in this place and extracted it to cultivate. Lin Tian was moved. The soul shadow in the miniature world naturally looked exactly the same as Xian Huang. At this moment, the aura it released was too shocking, making his heart tremble uncontrollably. Even his soul was in pain. So scary. Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger also felt their hearts palpitate. They couldn't help but tremble. In the small world, Xuanhuang's half-soul opened its eyes. It was like a god that had woken up from an endless slumber. There was no fluctuation in its eyes. It seemed that it didn't have any independent consciousness. It was just a half-soul separated from Xian Huang and left behind to cultivate. After opening its eyes, it directly turned into a beam of light and shot out of the small world. It broke through the big world barrier of the heavenly realm of nothingness and broke through a world tunnel that was about 10 feet long. It was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the world tunnel. Then the world tunnel disappeared together with it. This old fellow, back then he extracted half of his soul and left it here. Seriously, the old gangster was still muttering to himself. He was obviously very surprised. Then he quickly rolled his eyes. He didn't even get a single treasure. He was struck by the killing array for nothing. Lin Tianyi had long known that half of Mysterious Yellow's soul lived here, so he was not surprised. At this time, when he heard the old gangster talking to himself, he was quite speechless. This old guy kept thinking about his old friend's treasure. He was too unscrupulous. Then he thought of something else and asked, "By the way, Primitive Emperor, have you revived?" When the old gangster took the Primitive Emperor's token away from him and said that he wanted to revive the Primitive Emperor, he was quite concerned about it. After all, the Primitive Emperor token had helped him a lot in the past, helping him through certain death situations several times. He's alive. He's cultivating in seclusion. I don't think he'll be able to come out anytime soon. The old gangster said casually. Lin Tian nodded. It was good that he was alive. At the same time, he thought of another thing. The old gangster knew Mysterious Yellow and was also acquainted with the Primitive Emperor. It seemed that the Primitive Emperor was not at the level of the Divine Emperor as he thought before. He was probably a big shot, perhaps not inferior to Mysterious Yellow. "Kid, I'll be off first. The Heaven Realm is not like the lower realm. There are tons of powerful existences. You guys be careful." The old hoodlum and Lin Tiandao walked into the distance and muttered, "The Kongming Dao sect has been making preparations for the ancient land they found. It's about time to open up that place. Let's go and retrieve some good stuff." Lin Tian watched the old gangster leave. When he heard the latter's words, he was moved and took a step forward. "Old fellow, you mentioned the Kongming Dao sect just now. The Kongming Dao sect found an ancient land and is preparing to open it?" He grabbed the old gangster. The old gangster nodded and looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. We'll go with you and snatch all the good stuff in the ancient land they found." Lin Tiandao. He did not expect to hear about the Kongming Dao sect from the old hooligan at this time. Back then, the ancestor of the Kongming Dao sect had sent 3 Supreme Being Divine Kings to the lower realm to kill him. He had always remembered that. He had long planned to find trouble with the Kongming Dao sect after entering the Void Heaven world. Now, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to find trouble? The old gangster corrected him. "What do you mean by snatch?" "It's taking. I'm a man of principles. I've never done anything like robbing." Lin Tian looked at him from the corner of his eyes with a look of disdain. "You're even thinking about the treasured land of your old friend, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a man of principles. All right, let's go," he urged. The old hooligan was a little annoyed by his disdainful expression. He took out a black mirror from his sleeve and activated it with a saint power. The black mirror immediately reflected strands of saint light, causing a spatial portal to appear directly in front of him. The silver light was mixed within. Lin Tian was moved. It was very difficult to tear open a spatial portal in the heaven realm. Even a saint king would find it difficult to do. This old guy at this time casually took out a black mirror and opened such a spatial portal. "Old guy, you have a lot of treasures. Do you have any more? Give me a heavenly artifact. A void heavenly artifact is also fine. A sovereign artifact is also barely passable." He grabbed the old gangster's sleeve and looked around, trying to find something. "Speaking of which, why didn't you take out these treasures in the lower realm? You could have killed the King of Chaos and the others directly." As he spoke, he kept looking in the old gangster's sleeve. Unfortunately, he could not find anything in the end. "Scram, don't look around. There's no more." The old gangster said, "These are all things that I stole from some old guys after entering the heaven realm of nothingness. Cough. I took them." Lin Tian was speechless. "Okay, let's go." He was a little speechless again. Immediately, he, the old gangster, Wuxing Crocodile, White Tiger, and Little Taichu stepped into the spatial portal together and disappeared in the next moment. Then, after an unknown amount of time, in another place the void cracked open, and they were shocked out of the void. Looking around, there was a canyon in front of them. There were wisps of dark fog lingering in the canyon. Just looking at it from afar gave people a cold feeling, as if it was the fog of death that floated out from the underworld and could annihilate everything. It's in the canyon. It's said to be a secret palace left behind by the founder of the Kongming Dao sect. There are many good things, the old gangster said. Obviously, he knew a lot. Aren't we going in now? Lin Tian asked. After coming to this place, the old gangster did not plan to enter the canyon at this time. He was a little curious. We can't enter the secret palace now. We can only go to the edge of the canyon. The old scoundrel said, there is a very powerful restriction outside the secret palace. It can only be broken by a special method passed down from the founder of the Kongming Dao sect. The Kongming Dao sect has been making preparations recently, and they should be here in a few days. He said, when the people of the Kongming Dao sect break the restrictions outside the secret palace, we'll hide our presence and sneak in carefully. Now we'll wait here. Chapter 1983. There were many ancient trees and large rocks outside the canyon. Lin Tianyi and the others stood on a small mountain far away and looked at the canyon from afar. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. 5 days later, more than 100 figures walked toward the canyon from afar. All of them were full of energy, especially the leader. He wore a purple gold dragon robe and had a Saint King level aura around him. Old fart. Lin Tianyi hid his aura and stood on a small mountain far away. He recognized this person at a glance. His appearance was exactly the same as the soul shadow he had encountered in the Dafan Divine Land. It was Dao Master Kongming who had sent people to the lower realm to deal with him. Hey, kid, you know him? Do you have a grudge? The old hooligan asked. Naturally, he could see Lin Tianyi's dissatisfaction with Dao Master Kongming. He has a big grudge. Wuxing Crocodile pursed his lips and answered for Lin Tianyi. He briefly explained some of the matters between Lin Tianyi and Dao Master Kongming, including how the Divine King of Darkness and the others had gone to the past to kill Lin Tianyi's young body. When the old hooligan heard this, he immediately glared at Lin Tiandao. They sent people to the lower realm to suppress you, and in the end, the people who went to the lower realm to deal with you actually went to the past to kill you? He sure has guts. As he spoke, he sneered and said, of course, they are also very ignorant. Do they think that it is not a big deal to just go back to the past to kill one person? What a joke. How could the eras and events that had already passed be so easily changed, even if they go back with their bodies cut off? In the end, if they really do something to change the past, they will still die without leaving anything behind. Really? Lin Tianyi was surprised. Back when he had learned from Yen, and Ruoxian that the Divine King of Darkness and the others had returned to the past using their avatars, he had thought that returning to the past with avatars would change some things. At most, the avatars would be destroyed and the main body would have to pay a small price. He had not expected that it would not be that simple. Even if the avatars returned to the past with most of their connections severed, the main body would still suffer. Nonsense. Changing the past is truly a heaven-defying act. Even if a human king did that, he would still die without leaving behind even a speck of dust. No matter what method he used to cut off the karma connection, it would be useless. Even if a human king were to return to the past, as long as he wanted to change the past, he might suffer a backlash from the world. He might even die before he could change the past. Therefore, the more powerful a person is, the more they would not dare to return to the past to change history. The old hooligan was very serious, which was rare for him. He said, your daughter can only return to the past with her original body because she can control the laws of time and has the protection of time. She can even touch your body. If it were anyone else who returned to the past and came into contact with you like that, they would probably disappear in an instant and be devoured completely by the laws of a different era. Hearing the old hooligan's words, Lin Tianyi, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger could not help but be moved. It turned out that interfering with the past was much more terrifying than they had imagined. In particular, Lin Tianyi felt a chill run down his spine in an instant. He could not help but pat his chest. Fortunately, little Ruoxian had returned to the past to stop the 7 people. Fortunately, little Ruoxian had mastered the laws of time. Otherwise, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. However, speaking of which, you actually gave birth to such an outstanding daughter. You can actually control time. The old hooligan spoke again, staring at Lin Tianyi. At this time, he had an expression of disbelief. After all, although the power of time was not as good as order on the surface, it had unlimited growth potential. Since ancient times, no one had been able to control it. Lin Tianyi glanced at him. My genes are very strong. Genes? What's that? The old hooligan frowned. You won't understand even if I tell you. Lin Tianyi was a term used in the scientific and technological civilization on Earth. The powerful cultivators with ancient inheritances naturally did not know about it. It means bloodline. The white tiger spoke. It had lived on Earth for a long time, so it naturally knew what these 2 words meant. Boom! Suddenly, a rumble came from the distance. Lin Tianyi and the others immediately looked over. In the distance, at the canyon, Dao Master Kongming and the others had already entered the canyon. Someone was working to disperse some of the dark fog floating in the canyon, causing the space there to tremble from time to time. Not long after, a large expanse of the dark black mist in that area was swept away. 2 of the 100+ figures remained outside the valley, while the others followed Dao Master Kongming into the valley. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled extremely far into the distance. That old man Kongming seems to be the strongest person in this generation of the Kongming Dao sect. He actually went in personally. Lin Tianyi looked over there. He had learned many things about Kongming from the Divine King of Darkness and the others, so he naturally knew that the other party was the strongest person in this generation of the Kongming Dao sect. After all, this is the secret palace of the founder of the Kongming Dao sect. It's very important. The strongest person in this lineage naturally has to come personally, the old hooligan said. Lin Tianyi looked over there. Soon, Kongming and the others entered deeper into the canyon and completely disappeared from their sight. Are we going in now? He asked the old hooligan. The old hooligan nodded. Let's go. Immediately, the group concealed themselves and carefully approached the canyon. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the canyon. There were 2 god emperors guarding the edge of the canyon, and their divine senses were extremely powerful. However, the old hooligan was now at the quasi-saint realm, and he also had some unique treasures on him. Naturally, it was impossible for the 2 god emperors to discover him. He directly concealed his figure and aura and passed under the eyes of the 2 god emperors. He directly stepped into the canyon and then walked all the way into the depths of the canyon. Soon, they had traveled extremely far away. At this moment, another rumble sounded in front of them. Looking from afar, a strange small world appeared not far away. There were rainbow lights spreading and interweaving there, as if it was a new world of immortals. Obviously, this small world was a secret talisman that the founder of the Kongming Dao sect had left in this place. At this moment, Kongming and the others had clearly broken the restriction outside the secret palace. With Kongming in the lead, most of them stepped out of the small world in the blink of an eye, leaving behind 9 people to guard outside the small world. All of them were powerful quasi-saints. Old man, can you hide from the perception of a quasi-saint? Lin Tian asked the old hooligan. At this moment, they were still very far away from the location of the secret palace, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered. However, if they continued to get closer, then it would be hard to say. After all, there were 9 quasi-saints. Don't worry, the old hooligan said. He held the strange, mysterious mirror that had previously broken open the spatial door. It vibrated and emitted traces of transparent radiance, enveloping the group of people, and then moved forward. After that, just as the old hooligan had said, the The mysterious mirror was extraordinary. With it, they could conceal their figure and aura. Even a quasi-saint wouldn't be able to discover them. The group of people very smoothly entered the secret palace under the protection of the 9 quasi-saints. As far as the eye could see, the inside of the secret palace was continuous with mountains and rivers, and there was a very rich interweaving of spiritual energy and divine chi. It was not much different from a real big world. Looking further away, there was a huge palace lying horizontally. The aura of time was frighteningly rich, and it was full of divine radiance. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. That palace should be the core of this secret palace. Clang. Chapter 1984. Outside the palace, the divine radiance shook and transformed into a beam of killing light that directly annihilated a large area of space. Lin Tian and the others were immediately moved, and they quickly dodged the incoming beam of killing light. What's going on? Does that palace still have its own consciousness? Wuxing crocodiles stared with wide eyes. Lin Tian frowned. Perhaps we don't possess the aura of the Kongming Dao sect's inheritance, and the divine radiance of that palace just happens to have special Dao patterns. Those who don't possess the aura of the Kongming Dao sect's inheritance will be treated as outsiders, so they attacked us. Oh, kid, you're quite knowledgeable. The old hoodlum spoke as he looked over. That's indeed the case. Compared to Lin Tian and the others, the old hoodlum's strength was undoubtedly much stronger. Moreover, he had lived for an extremely long time. When faced with such a situation, he instantly saw through many things. Clang! Ahead, the divine radiance outside the palace shook as even more killing lights shot over. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Lin Tianyi and the others naturally didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, and they dodged as quickly as possible. At the same time, outside the enormous palace, Dao Master Kongming and the others hadn't completely entered when their expressions changed. What's going on? This is the secret palace of the founder, and there are special Dao patterns here. We all cultivate the Kongming ancient scripture, so the Dao patterns here won't be activated. Other living beings have appeared in this small world. Others have snuck in. Aren't there people guarding outside? These people frowned, and most of them revealed a cold look in their eyes. Get rid of them. 3 words resounded. Dao Master Kongming, who had already stepped into the palace, spoke, and then he continued to walk into the palace. Compared to a few outsiders who had snuck in, he was more concerned about the things inside the palace at this moment. After all, this palace was left behind by the founder of the Kongming Dao sect, and that founder was a 9th-level Saint Venerate back then. The Kongming Dao sect had records of the secret palace left behind by a 9th-level Saint Venerate. There were many divine items inside, and every one of them had extraordinary value. They were rare treasures, even for Saint Kings, so he wanted to obtain those divine items first. Most importantly, although he did not know who had sneaked in and how many people there were, he was certain that they were definitely not stronger than them. Otherwise, they would not have concealed their auras and would have directly charged at them. Don't worry, Dao Lord, someone responded. When they arrived at this place, most of them followed Dao Master Kongming into it. Only 10 people remained behind. Among them, 9 were at the 9th heaven of the 2nd Saint Realm, and 1 was at the Saint Realm. Although he was only at the initial stage of the Saint Realm, he was still extremely powerful. Immediately, the 10 of them moved together, all of them rushing towards the direction of the killing light that had been released by the palace's divine splendor. They moved very quickly. Lin Tianyi and the others quickly evaded the killing light from the palace and moved far away. They flashed out of the range of the palace's Dao patterns detection, causing the divine splendor outside the palace to settle down. That killing light no longer slashed at them. However, at this moment, the old hoodlum's figure and aura that he had concealed using the mystic mirror were also exposed. Someone is rushing over. We've been discovered. Lin Tiandao looked ahead. There, 10 figures were rushing over rapidly. He could feel the strength of these 10 people. Whooshing Crocodile and the others naturally saw them too. Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger's expressions changed slightly. 9 second saints and 1 saint. This Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Almost at the next moment, swoosh, 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 sounds broke through the air. The 10 people from the Kongming Dao sect rushed forward in the blink of an eye. How dare a few ants rush into our race's ancient land? You've got guts. Looking at Lin Tianyi and the others, the eyes of the second saints turned cold. Cut the crap and kill them all. The leading saint-level expert spoke in a very cold voice. As soon as this person finished speaking, someone immediately made a move. He formed a holy light palm and pressed down on Lin Tianyi and the others. For a moment, the holy power surged and suppressed the void in all directions. Lin Tianyi felt a chill down his spine. With his current cultivation level and without that pair of divine eyes, it was really difficult for him to withstand the attack of a second saint expert. "Old man, it's all up to you," he said to the old gangster and jumped behind him. "It's all up to you, old man." Whooshing Crocodile spoke. He, Little Taichu, and White Tiger moved in unison and flashed behind the old gangster like Lin Tianyi. Now, the old gangster was the strongest in their group. In such a situation, they could only rely on the old gangster. A mere third heaven, second heaven, secondary saint is your backing? How dare you barge into our Kongming ancient land? You've got guts. Go to hell, all of you. The second saint who attacked said ruthlessly. He could see that the old gangster's current cultivation level was lower than his by 6 small stages. The old gangster glared and immediately became unhappy. CKU. You little brat, don't you know how to respect your elders? How dare you call an old man a dog? As he spoke, the old gangster shook his sleeve, and a short blade, covered with many divine patterns, flew out with a whoosh. It directly slashed toward the opponent. With a clang, a bloody light of about 10 feet shot out in an instant. With a whoosh, it shattered the great holy light palm of the second saint who attacked. Then, the bloody light continued to slash toward the opponent without slowing down. In the next moment, it landed on the opponent's physical body. Ah! A scream rang out and blood splattered. The second saint who attacked was directly smashed into pieces, and even his divine spirit was annihilated. Such a scene made Lin Tianyi, Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger stare. They were shocked that the old gangster killed a second saint who attacked them and survived the first round of danger. "Where did you take out this short blade from? Didn't you say that you don't have it?" Lin Tianyi said. He couldn't help but pull the old gangster's sleeve again. There seemed to be many good things hidden inside. At the same time, the other 9 people from the Kongming Dao sect were shocked. One of their second saints was killed just like that. And the leading saint said with endless killing intent. A beast shadow rushed out from behind him and suppressed the old gangster. The beast shadow looked like a dragon, but not a dragon, a phoenix, but not a phoenix. Its aura was terrifying. "Aunt, your grandpa." The old gangster wasn't someone who would be polite. He cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. At the same time, he waved the short blade again, and another bloody light slashed out. Just like before, it easily shattered the saint's attack and then slashed it into pieces. His flesh shell and divine spirit dissipated in an instant. His body and spirit were destroyed. Even a saint was killed in one strike. Whooshing Crocodile stared. Lin Tianyi also revealed a shocked expression. He looked at the short blade that the old gangster took out. This short blade was really a little terrifying. Crack! It was also at this time that a crisp sound was heard. Cracks appeared on the short blade in the old gangster's hand and spread out in all directions like a spider web. The Slaughter Spirit Saber replica that can kill a saint can only be activated 3 times. I actually used it on you little bastards. What a waste. I'm really... Chapter 1985. Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the white tiger couldn't help but be moved. The old hooligan's words shocked them even more. It can kill a holy venerable. Lin Tian was shocked, and then couldn't help but stare. Then what were we waiting for just now? Couldn't we just take them out and kill Dao Master Kongming and the others? Didn't I say that we need to rely on them to open the layers of special restrictions? If the restrictions aren't opened, we can't enter. The old hooligan said angrily. They had concealed themselves all the way here. Originally, it would be difficult for even a holy king to discover them, and they were prepared to attack directly after all the restrictions were broken. However, they didn't expect that there would be strange Dao patterns outside the core palace of this place that actively attacked people who didn't have the aura of the Kongming Dao sect's inheritance. This caused them to be discovered, and a holy venerable charged over. Meanwhile, Dao Master Kongming and the others broke the restrictions outside the palace and entered the palace. At this time, a holy venerable and 9 peak secondary saints charged over. He had no other choice but to use the short blade to help them out. Lin Tian. On the opposite side, the other 8 secondary saints of the Kongming Dao sect were shocked, and then they turned around and fled. Even a sage-level powerhouse was obliterated in one strike. With their quasi-sage level cultivation, how could they possibly contend against it? Still want to run? Stay here. The old hooligan said angrily. He waved the short blade in his hand again, and a large patch of blood light flew out, covering all 8 secondary saints and killing them in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that cracking sounds rang out continuously. The short blade in his hand cracked, and then it directly shattered. The so-called imitation was a part of the original divine weapon's power that was grafted by special means. The number of times it could be used was very limited. Once it reached the maximum number of times it could be used, the imitation would directly shatter and become a pile of scrap metal. A divine weapon that can kill a holy venerable is gone just like that. What a pity! Whooshing Crocodile looked at the broken fragments of the short blade with a pained expression, as if it was his. I'm really... The old hooligan looked like his liver was in pain. This was the most intimidating weapon he had at the moment. Lin Tian also felt that it was a pity, but he didn't think about it for too long. His gaze fell on the palace again. How do we get in? Besides that, how are we going to deal with Dao Lord Kongming and the others once we're in there? Do you have any precious weapons that are comparable to that dagger? He asked the old gangster. Outside the palace, there was a strange divine radiance surging. There were strange Dao patterns mixed within, and it was extremely terrifying. Once they came within a certain range, they would be attacked immediately if they did not possess the aura of the Kongming Dao sect's inherited cultivation technique. Those attacks were very shocking. It was very difficult for them to dodge those attacks and break into the palace. Even if they managed to enter the palace, what would they do if they were discovered by Dao Master Kongming, a sage king, and some other sages and quasi-sages? Unless the old hoodlum had a treasure that could suppress a saint king. We don't have any precious weapons to deal with sage king experts, but it's still not a problem to enter the palace. The old gangster stared at the palace and said, "Give me a quarter of an hour to engrave some special Dao patterns. With the space-splitting mystic mirror's concealment ability, we can avoid those divine patterns outside the palace. We don't have to worry about being attacked." What about Dao Lord Kongming and the others? What should we do if we encounter them later? Lin Tian asked this question again. We'll think about it when the time comes. The spirit-slaughtering saber can't be wasted. I have to get some treasures here. The old gangster gritted his teeth and steeled his heart to steal the treasures in the palace. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand moved slightly and began to inscribe Dao inscriptions. Within a quarter of an hour, strands of ancient seals were intertwined around his body. The mysterious realm that had previously struck out a space tunnel vibrated with a mysterious light, causing the group to be enveloped. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. At this time, he couldn't help but feel as if he was about to disappear. Even he found it difficult to feel his own aura. These Tao patterns are very powerful. He looked at the Tao patterns that the old gangster had engraved around them and was a little surprised. Of course, the old gangster snorted. How can the Tao patterns engraved by me be bad? The 2 men and 3 beasts walked towards the core palace in front. Because of the special Tao patterns engraved by the old gangster and the space-splitting mystic mirror, the divine light outside the palace was really as the old gangster had said. It was difficult to sense them and didn't attack like before. Soon, the 2 men and 3 beasts arrived in front of the main entrance of the palace and directly stepped in. As soon as they stepped into the palace, the 2 men and 3 beasts' expressions changed slightly. They felt an extremely shocking divine aura and Tao energy in the air of this palace. It was much denser than the outside world. Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but light up. This place is not a cultivation treasure ground. There are no special earth veins underground, but there is such a dense divine aura and Tao energy. Could it be that there is a divine Lingjing? The divine Lingjing was very similar to the Lingjing and the immortal Lingjing. It was also similar to the divine vitality. It was formed by the condensation of dense divine aura and natural divine Tao laws. Not only did it have a very dense energy, but it was also intertwined with many divine Tao fragments. Even for Saint Kings, it was a very precious treasure. Not only could it be used to directly improve one's cultivation, but it also had a very high cleansing effect on one's divine Tao laws and saint power. Back then, he had asked Mysterious Yellow a lot of things and learned many things from Mysterious Yellow. The divine Lingjing was one of them, so he naturally knew about this thing. The conditions for the formation of this kind of thing were very harsh. It was also a treasure in the void heaven realm. There's no mistake, it's the divine Lingjing. There must be such things in this palace, and there must be a lot of them. The old gangster's eyes lit up. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with divine light, and the dragon burial scripture was activated immediately. Strands of dragon patterns appeared from the soles of his feet and spread out in all directions, searching for the divine Lingjing in this palace. He used the dragon patterns to follow the divine Lingjing's aura and mixed it with his divine emperor divine sense. With the cooperation of the old gangster's space-splitting mysterious mirror and special Tao patterns, he soon found an ancient stone room in the middle of the palace. Under the observation of his dragon patterns and divine sense, the stone room was open, and there were piles of transparent crystals inside. Found it, it's really the divine Lingjing. There are a lot of them. His eyes lit up, and he showed the scene that he found with his dragon patterns and divine sense to the old gangster and the others. Immediately, the old gangster, the whooshing crocodile, and the white tiger were overjoyed, and the little Taichu blinked his big eyes. There are so many divine Lingjing. It will be very useful to me. The old gangster looked excited and could not help but clench his fist. Let's hurry over and take them all. As he spoke, he let Lin Tian lead the way. Chapter 1986. They would definitely encounter Tao Lord Kongming's group if they headed directly to the stone room that contained the divine soul crystals. At this moment, Lin Tian stopped and didn't continue forward. After all, Tao Lord Kongming's group was extremely strong, especially Tao Lord Kongming. He was a saint king, and it was absolutely impossible for Lin Tian's group to go against him with their current strengths. Charge, 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 charge. We have to get those divine Lingjing. The old hooligan clenched his fists and said, "We don't have the ability to fight against a saint king expert now. If we rush over like this, the consequences will be very bad." Lin Tian frowned. The 5 Elements crocodile also nodded. "Old man, although I'm a little unwilling, but what Lin Fan said is right. If we rush over now, we'll meet Kongming. You don't have a treasure weapon that can fight against a holy king. At that time, we'll be doomed." Beside him, the white tiger and little Taichu also nodded. The old hooligan clenched his fists. Obviously, he also knew this, but he was unwilling to give up. After a pause, he gritted his teeth and said, "I hashtag dollar. I'm going all out." As he said that, he took out the space-splitting mystic mirror that had broken through the void portal again. He intertwined his saint power and changed some of the Tao patterns on it. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the mystic mirror, and at the same time, a terrifying aura surged out. This aura was mixed with killing power. Although it was not as strong as the short blade from before, it was not much weaker. Lin Tian was moved. "Old man, what did you do?" This mystic mirror was very unusual, but before it could only open up a space portal and help them hide their aura. He could feel that it did not have any offensive ability, but now, after the old hooligan changed a few of the Tao patterns on it, he could clearly feel that this mystic mirror was a little different. It was filled with a fierce killing aura, as if it could destroy everything. "I changed it into a killing weapon, and it will be destroyed in 2 hours," the old hooligan said, revealing a painful expression. Lin Tian widened his eyes. This Zhongshan mirror was definitely not ordinary to be able to open up a void passage in the heaven realm. Now the old hooligan had forcefully turned this Zhongshan mirror into a killing weapon for the sake of the god Lingjing in the stone room. "Old man, you sure are heroic." The white tiger also glared. "CK off." The old gangster scolded, "Hurry up. Time is limited. Go and rob all of the god Lingjing." "Go." Lin Tiandao immediately led the way towards the stone room where the divine Lingjing was. The mystic mirror could only last for 2 hours. He had to make good use of every second and could not afford to waste it here. At the same time, he could feel how powerful Zhongshanjing was. It could definitely stop a Saint King. He led the way at the front, and the group quickly shuttled through the palace. Soon, they arrived in front of the stone room. At the same time, just as he'd expected, Tao Lord Kongming and the others had rushed over as well. Immediately, all of them were discovered. "It's you Ant." Tao Lord Kongming was wearing a purple gold dragon robe. When he saw Lin Tianyi and the others, he naturally recognized Lin Tian at a glance. "Those 7 pieces of trash couldn't suppress you, and you actually jumped into the heaven of Void Realm." Hearing this, the other dozens of experts behind him were all moved. They all thought of some things that had happened in the past. This is the person that Tao Lord ordered to suppress in the lower realm. Those 7 people are dead. Now he's in the heaven of Void Realm. He's only at the divine Emperor realm. How did he come up? The person beside him seems to be at the quasi-saint realm. Did that person bring him up? It should be. Some people discussed. At the same time, these people also thought of some things that had just happened. Previously, there was a strange movement in the palace left behind by our ancestor. Someone outside our sect entered. Could it be them? It should be. But didn't someone go to suppress them? They couldn't find them, and they managed to sneak in here? These people frowned, and there was coldness in their eyes. A cold snort sounded. It came from Tao Lord Kongming. His Saint King level aura surged out immediately. "You came at the right time." Looking at Lin Tian, the strongest person of this generation of Tao Lord Kongming immediately attacked. His saint power surged and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, his saint light giant palm also enveloped little Taichu and the others. He had killing intent toward the white tiger, whooshing crocodile, and the old hooligan, but he didn't have killing intent toward little Taichu. Obviously, he wanted to capture little Taichu for his own use. Lin Tian immediately felt a chill down his spine. The Saint King level aura was very terrifying to him now. "Old man, kill him." He gritted his teeth and said to the old hooligan, "I don't need you to tell me that," the old hooligan said, because he wanted to take the divine Lingjing here and destroy a precious treasure of the sect. He was very distressed. At this time, he directly grabbed the dark mirror of slaughter and slammed it toward Tao Lord Kongming. The surrounding space immediately became distorted. With a swoosh, the Saint Light giant palm that Tao Lord Kongming had unleashed shattered immediately. Then, the killing light that the old hooligan sent out with the dark mirror of slaughter didn't slow down. It continued to fall on Tao Lord Kongming and steadily landed on his body. Poof! Blood splattered. Tao Lord Kongming was directly shattered into pieces. Only his divine soul was preserved. Moreover, the other cultivators of the Kongming Tao sect nearby had suffered a great calamity. All of them exploded into pieces at the first possible moment, and even their souls weren't able to be preserved. They were directly obliterated by this strike of the old hoodlum. For a moment, the expressions of the other dozen or so cultivators of Tao Lord Kongming changed. Strong enough. Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved. Although he had already felt that the dark mirror of destruction that the old hooligan used as a killing weapon was very terrifying and could block a Saint King Realm cultivator, he still couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression when he saw the old hooligan use the dark mirror to shatter Tao Lord Kongming, who was at the Saint King Realm, and directly kill the other dozen or so cultivators nearby. The whooshing crocodile, little Taichu, and white tiger were also shocked. They couldn't help but stare. Amazing! The white tiger was speechless. The bloody mist wriggled. Tao Lord Kongming's divine soul was immortal and reformed his physical body. He couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression when he saw the dark mirror of destruction in the old hooligan's hand. He only suffered a single blow and realized how terrifying this dark mirror of destruction was. Lord Tao Lord, what should we do? Behind him, someone from the other dozen or so people asked Tao Lord Kongming as they looked at the old hooligan with fear and vigilance. At this moment, these people naturally saw how terrifying the dark mirror of destruction in the old hooligan's hand was. It wasn't something they could block. Tao Lord Kongming's face was gloomy. He swept a glance at Lin Tian and the others before his gaze fell on the old hooligan. He said coldly, "Who are you? Have you thought about the consequences of breaking into my Tao Lord Kongming's secret palace and wantonly attacking with a killing weapon?" He didn't make a move at this moment. He only shouted because he could already feel that he couldn't block the old hooligan's dark mirror. Chapter 1987. Lin Tian revealed a strange expression when he heard the old hoodlum's words. "The Kongming Tao sect belongs to the Celestial Court?" he asked the old hoodlum. At the same time, there was another thing that he was extremely concerned about. No matter if it was Fengshin Tianzuan, Ao, Jian Tianzuan, the Nether Taper, or the old hoodlum, all of them carried hostility towards the Celestial Court of the Celestial Void World. What exactly had the Celestial Court of the Celestial Void World done? It doesn't belong to the Celestial Court. It's only subordinate to the Celestial Court and works for the Celestial Court. The old hoodlum said with disdain. Simply put, it's considered a slave of the Celestial Court. Tao Master Kongming's expression instantly became even more gloomy when he heard this. Their Kongming Tao sect had indeed submitted to the Celestial Court and worked for the Celestial Court. However, being described as a slave by the old hoodlum made him extremely uncomfortable, and a wave of coldness immediately surged out from him. "What? You feel uncomfortable?" Unfortunately, this is the truth. The old hoodlum curled his lips. As he spoke, the mirror in his hand directly swung out once more. This attack was obviously much stronger than the previous one. It carried a strand of terrifying murderous ripples that rippled out like water. In the blink of an eye, it descended onto Tao Master Kongming's body, causing him to be blasted into pieces once more as blood sprayed out. At the same time, the other experts of the Kongming Tao sect at the side suffered as well. Most of them were directly blasted into pieces. After all, the Kongming Tao mirror at this moment was extremely terrifying. In an instant, besides Tao Master Kongming, who hadn't died, only 5 other people were left standing. Terrifying. Whooshing Crocodile stared with his eyes wide open. There were over 10 saints here, yet they were annihilated by the old hoodlum just like that. Tao Master Kongming's immortal soul swiftly condensed into a body. At this moment, he was extremely shocked and furious as he looked at the mirror in the old hoodlum's hand. On this day, the people who had come here were all the higher-ups of this generation of his Kongming Dao sect. They were the core forces of the Kongming Dao sect. However, more than half of them had been destroyed by that old hoodlum in the blink of an eye. This caused his heart to bleed. At the same time, he was shocked. Zhong Xianjing was too strong. He couldn't stop him at all. Go. He gritted his teeth and spoke to the 5 Kongming Dao sect cultivators that were still alive, and then he transformed into a ray of light that charged out. At this time, his physical body had been shattered twice, and cracks had appeared on his soul. He was already very clear that even though he was a Saint King, it was impossible for him to block the black mirror in the old hooligan's hand. If he faced it head-on, he would definitely die. Thus, even though he was unwilling to allow an outsider to intrude into his primogenitor's secret palace, he had no other choice. In order to preserve his life, he could only give up on the primogenitor's secret palace and leave. Old man, don't let him go. Lin Tiandao, Dao Lord Kongming wanted to kill him, and he was targeting the little Taichu. Lin Tiandao naturally didn't want him to live. The old hoodlum directly made a move. He activated the Sky Destroyer mirror for the 3rd time and slashed it towards Dao Lord Kongming. Instantly, a ray of divine light flew out. It was extremely swift, and it descended before Dao Lord Kongming in the blink of an eye. Rumble! That place directly exploded. Divine radiance surged while an aura of destruction raged. After a few breaths of time, the divine radiance there dispersed, and Dao Lord Kongming's figure couldn't be seen. Only a large expanse of blood could be seen on the ground. He really ran quickly. The old hoodlum narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian was moved. He didn't die. He was slightly surprised. He could sense the destructive force contained within that strike just now. It was absolutely terrifying, and it shouldn't be a problem for it to annihilate an ordinary Saint King. However, Dao Lord Kongming actually didn't die from that strike. No, he used a special method to escape. The old hoodlum said, however, he's almost dead. It'll take at least 1,000 years for him to fully recover. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. In this place, the other experts of the Dao Lord Kongming sect were naturally frightened. At this time, they all quickly fled outside. The old hoodlum raised his hand and waved the sky-piercing mystic mirror for the 5th time. The treasure light emitted by the mystic mirror enveloped them at the same time. Ah! Screams echoed. The last few cultivators of the Dao Lord Kongming sect in this place couldn't resist, and all died. In an instant, this place became quiet. More than 10 saints and dozens of quasi-saints, all dead. Whooshing crocodile glared. They were definitely the backbone of the Dao Lord Kongming sect. With them gone just like that, Dao Lord Kongming will probably faint from crying. Ignore that old guy. Let's collect the divine Lingjing here first, the white tiger said. He stared at the divine Lingjing in the stone room behind them. His eyes lit up, and his saliva almost flowed out. The old hoodlum's eyes also lit up. At this time, he didn't say a word and directly rushed into the stone room. He swept out a large expanse of holy light and collected piles of divine Lingjing into his sleeve. Old guy, don't collect them so quickly. Leave some for us. Lin Tian glared and immediately stepped in as well. He brought out his godly power and swept away a large number of divine Lingjing. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger naturally joined in as well. They clamored for the divine Lingjing. Only the little Taichu didn't join in. He watched from the side as the 2 humans and 2 beasts fought over the divine Lingjing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths passed. The divine Lingjing in the stone room had all been collected by the 2 humans and 2 beasts. It's worth it to destroy the mystic mirror. With these divine Lingjing, the old man is 1 step closer to returning. The old hoodlum couldn't help but laugh. There were quite a lot of divine Ling Jing in this stone room, and 3/5 of them had been collected by him. Old guy, don't you know how to love and be modest to your juniors? You took so many by yourself. Lin Tian curled his lips and said he had only taken 1/5 of the divine Ling Jing here. Get lost. I broke the spirit-slaughtering saber replica and the mystic mirror. You little brats are just following behind to take advantage of the situation. How dare you complain? The old hoodlum glanced at him. When Lin Tian heard this, he immediately felt a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and said, "Don't mind these details." Along the way, it was really the old hoodlum who did all the work. He only found this place because of the dragon pattern. As he spoke, he opened his mouth again and said, "There should be other things in this secret mansion. Let's continue to look." At this time, Sect Master Kongming had escaped. Even if he was not dead, it was impossible for him to come back. Moreover, the old hoodlum modified the space-splitting mystic mirror could still last for more than an hour. During this time, they didn't have to be afraid of anyone below the holy venerable level. At this time, they naturally had to continue to explore this secret mansion and find more treasures. Go, 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 the old hoodlum said. Immediately, the group walked out of the stone room and headed to other parts of the palace. Soon after, they discovered some more treasures, including precious immortal pills and precious medicines, as well as some extraordinary Saint King grade ancient scriptures, all of which were quite valuable. Chapter 1988. The blood wall was covered with divine runes, and there was a terrifying aura coming from behind it, as if it was sealing some ferocious creature. What's behind it? The whooshing crocodile was a little shocked. Open it and take a look, Lin Tiandao said. Although the blood wall was a little scary, it was really extraordinary. Moreover, this was the deepest part of the secret palace. The divine runes engraved here were obviously extraordinary, and it was hard not to want to know what was behind it. The old hooligan also nodded. The group was bold, and they did not hesitate at this time. The old hooligan held the dark mirror and smashed it directly at the blood wall. The dark mirror shone brightly and landed on the blood wall in the blink of an eye. There was a loud bang, and the entire palace shook. However, to everyone's surprise, the blood wall was extremely sturdy and was not damaged at all. It has something to do with the divine runes on the blood wall. A wisp of soul light intertwined in Lin Tian's eyes. These divine runes belong to the category of formation runes. He looked at them carefully and then used the Tiani soul spell. Wisps of soul light surged out and rushed toward the blood wall. "Old man, hit it again," he said to the old hooligan. "Tiani soul spell? It's really extraordinary on the path of formation runes." The old hooligan recognized the spell Lin Tian used at this time. He waved the dark mirror and attacked the dark mirror. There was a loud bang. This time the blood wall shook and a crack appeared. As the crack appeared, an even more terrifying chill spread out from behind. At the same time, there was also a wave of vigorous saint energy that was very majestic. Suddenly, the 2 people and 3 beasts could not help but be shocked. Whether it was the chill or the saint energy, they were both very shocking. "Old man, continue," Lin Tian said to the old hooligan. The divine runes on the blood wall were extraordinary, but after a long time they had decayed a lot. At this time, he used the Tiani soul spell to suppress these divine runes to a certain extent. The old hooligan used the dark mirror to suppress them, and gradually the cracks on the blood wall became bigger and bigger. After a few dozen breaths, the blood wall finally shattered. Instantly, a bloody mist rushed out from behind the blood wall like a flash flood, corroding a large part of the air. The group was prepared. They all moved several dozen meters away, avoiding the bloody mist that was enough to corrode Saint Rulers. Then, after a few dozen breaths, the blood mist slowly dissipated. The group of people looked behind the blood wall. Then they were all moved. Behind the blood wall, a withered corpse sat cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown how long it had been dead, but one could still sense a weak saint-level aura, comparable to that of a saint venerable. Opposite, it was a stone man, whose stone body was covered in cracks. Holy Spirit! Lin Tian's gaze fell on the stone golem that was covered in cracks, and his eyes narrowed. There was a special energy intertwined on this stone man, which was connected with the earth pattern of this place. It was obviously a natural Holy Spirit, and a very unusual one at that. He could feel that if this Holy Spirit grew up normally, it could definitely reach the reaching heaven state. However, judging from the current situation, this saint spirit was rather pitiful. It had died before it could be born. There are formation patterns on the ground. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian heard this and looked at the ground. There were indeed formation patterns that intertwined with each other. They were profound and complicated, intertwining to form a formation pattern. It was like the yin-yang Tai Chi. One point fell on the stone man, and the other point fell on the withered corpse. Moreover, there were many remnants of the divine Ling Jing on these formation patterns. Reverse seizing spiritual formation. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he recognized this formation. He realized that the main point of this formation was the withered corpse. He paused for a moment and thought of something. This withered corpse is the ancestor of the Kongming Dao sect? Back then, he found this saint spirit that was still in gestation here. Then he created a secret palace to conceal it, engraved the reverse seizing spiritual formation, and used the divine Lingjing as the source to support and control it in a vain attempt to seize the power of this saint spirit that was still in gestation. However, although the saint spirit was still in gestation, it was very extraordinary. It forcefully resisted and died, causing the ancestor of the Kongming Dao sect to die here. The blood mist and cold air from before were formed from the resentment of this saint spirit. Because of this? He frowned as such a guess appeared in his mind. Hearing his words, Whooshing Crocodile and White Tiger were both moved. That should be it, the old hoodlum said. From the scenes here, Lin Tian's guess was more than 90% likely to be true. This is a pity. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the withered stone man and sighed. It could also feel that this stone man was extraordinary. If it grew up normally, it would definitely be a heaven-defying existence. However, before it was born, while it was still in gestation, someone tried to seize its power and forced it to fight against the other party. In the end, it died in this place. It's a pity. I thought there would be something good, but there's not a single spirit hair. The old hoodlum rolled his eyes. Lin Tian glanced at the old hoodlum. Dragon patterns gushed out from the soles of his feet, intertwining and spreading underground. He felt that this place was very unusual, although he didn't feel anything unusual at this time. How could it be ordinary if this place could give birth to a saint spirit? Crack! Suddenly a crisp sound was heard. More cracks appeared on the stone man's body. With cracking sounds, there was a shocking light from within, mixed with majestic and vigorous saint energy. Immediately, the stone man completely collapsed in the next moment. The stones fell to the ground, revealing 9 pure white spirit pearls the size of a baby's fist floating inside. Each of them seemed to be condensed from the purest saint energy of heaven and earth. The power of the saint spirit was born from heaven and earth. Although the saint spirit died before it was born, the power born from heaven and earth didn't completely dissipate. It condensed into 9 saint pearls in its body. Lin Tian was shocked. He cultivated the dragon burial scripture. In an instant, he guessed what these 9 saint pearls were. At the same time, he also understood why saint energy gushed out from behind the blood wall. It was from these 9 saint pearls. Next to him, the Whooshing Crocodile and the White Tiger both widened their eyes in shock. The old hoodlum was like Lin Tian, because he also knew what these 9 saint pearls were. His eyes lit up and he directly grabbed them. Old bastard! Lin Tian cursed. Previously, he explored this place with dragon patterns. There were a large number of dragon patterns underground. At this time, with a thought, a large number of dragon patterns rushed out and quickly wrapped around the 9 Saint Pearls. The old hoodlum was also very fast. He grabbed over with his saint energy and wrapped it in all directions. For a moment, halos surged. Then the halos dissipated. "Kid, don't you know how to respect your elders?" The old hoodlum said angrily. His current cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's, and he made the first move. However, Lin Tian's dragon patterns were underground when he explored this place, so Lin Tian took the initiative. Out of the 9 Saint Pearls, he only managed to grab 3. The other 6 were all taken by Lin Tian. "Old man, don't you know how to love the young?" Lin Tian replied and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1989. Each of the 6 Saint Pearls contained an extremely dense amount of energy. Just one of them was enough to greatly improve his cultivation. It would not be a problem for him to raise his cultivation by 2 small levels. After all, this was the saint energy of a super saint spirit that had been condensed. He laughed and put away all 6 Saint Pearls with a wave of his hand. He was going to refine them together with the little Taichu and the others later. "Let's go, old man," he called out to the old hooligan. Coming to this place, the harvest was really amazing. At this time, he was ready to leave. As for the terrain here, although he felt that it was very unusual, he did not find anything strange after searching for a long time with the dragon burial scripture. He thought that it was because the stone man saint spirit was born, which exhausted the general power of the earth veins here. Immediately, the 2 people and 3 beasts left this place. Not long after, they walked out of the palace and headed outside. Boom! At this time, the small world where the palace was located shook violently. The ground and the void began to crack, and waves of destructive aura spread out. This is... Lin Tianwei's expression changed slightly. The old hooligan was also shocked. This small world is collapsing. The rumbling sounds continued, and this small world shook even more violently. The destructive aura spread out and became denser. Collapsing. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Who is collapsing this place? Lin Tian thought for a while and said with a frown, "It should be Sect Master Kong Ming." "Kong Ming, old man? How is that possible? This is the secret palace of their Kong Ming Dao sect's ancestor. Why would he detonate this place?" The white tiger was confused. "Nothing is impossible. He was lucky to escape before, but he was seriously injured. He knew that he could not block the old man's Zhongshan mirror. Even if he took the strongest weapon of the Kongming Dao sect, it would be useless. Under the situation that he could not stop us, everything in the secret palace would be ours. Of course, he would not be willing to do that. So, under the situation that he could not get it, in order to not let us get it and take revenge on us, he used special means to destroy this small world." Lin Tian said in a deep voice. Hearing his analysis, the white tiger could not help but be moved. It sounded like this analysis was very reasonable. Boom! The small world shook even more violently. Destructive light beams shot up from the ground of the small world. What should we do now? The scales all over the 5 elements alligator's body stood up. This miniature world had been left behind by a holy exalt. It was no weaker than some of the larger worlds in the lower worlds. Its self-destruction was enough to easily obliterate a saint ruler. At this moment, the old ruffian's Zhongshan mirror was already destroyed. Facing such a situation, it was simply a hopeless situation. "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he propped up his holy domain and enveloped himself, the old gangster, Whooshing Crocodile, little Taichu, and the white tiger at the same time. This is... The old hooligan's expression changed as he instantly recognized the sacred domain. Is it evolved from that world seed? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. This miniature world evolved by a holy exalt had been destroyed by someone. The destructive power inside was very terrifying. However, His sacred domain was nurtured by the world seed. In terms of level, it far surpassed the miniature world here. Therefore, even if this miniature world self-destructed at this moment, his sacred domain was definitely enough to protect the group. After all, the destructive power of this miniature world after collapsed was different from a direct, destructive attack. The sacred domain could withstand it. Boom! The miniature world shook violently, and the extent of its collapse was even more shocking. Destructive light kept rushing out from the large cracks. After a few more breaths, the entire miniature world completely collapsed. The destructive light directly flooded the surrounding space. Crack, crack, crack. Large cracks appeared one after another, swallowing everything around them. Lin Tian propped up his sacred domain. The light of the sacred domain surrounded them, completely isolating the destructive light from the miniature world. As expected of a world formed by the world seed, it can even withstand this. The white tiger stared at him. At this moment, they were inside the sacred domain and could clearly see the destructive light surging outside. However, the light produced by the sacred domain completely isolated the destructive light, making it difficult for it to get close to them. The rumbling sounds did not stop. Outside, the miniature world's collapse had reached its final stage, and there were waves of storms rolling out. Looking at these storms, Lin Tian frowned. We may be swept very far away, but we won't be in danger. The sacred domain that he had propped up covered an area of about 100 feet in radius, and was able to isolate the destructive power from the outside. However, as the destructive power grew stronger and stronger, he found it difficult to maintain the sacred domain in its original position. It was like a large boat in the middle of rolling waves. Although it would not sink to the bottom of the sea, it would be swept to other places by the waves. At practically the instant he finished speaking, the destructive force from the miniature world surged, and a storm swept out like a huge wave. Under the dazzling radiance that filled the sky, rumbling resounded as they were blasted flying along with their sacred domain. After that, they were forcefully swallowed by an enormous rift behind them, and they instantly vanished without a trace. After that, the destructive force of the miniature world expanded once more, and it only calmed down after a few more breaths of time. When they looked over, the gorge where the miniature world resided had completely transformed into ash, and there was nothing left. An enormous and deep pit lay on the surface of the ground. Ants, this is the outcome of trespassing into my Kongming Dao sect's secret palace. You'll be destroyed along with my sect's secret palace. On an enormous mountain in the distance, a middle-aged man in a violet gold dragon robe looked towards the gorge with an extremely icy, cold gaze. At the same time, it was very unsightly. Surprisingly, it was Dao Lord Kongming, the first ancestor's secret palace. What a pity! The immortal spirit imperial family, the descendant of that old demon. What a pity! Damn it! He gritted his teeth. Earlier, he'd been injured by the old bastard's dark mirror, and he'd been lucky enough to escape. After that, he'd returned here once more. Under the circumstances that he knew he was unable to resist the dark mirror in the old bastard's possession, and for the sake of not allowing the treasures within the secret palace to be seized by others, and for the sake of taking revenge on the old bastard who'd heavily injured him and the death of Lin Tian, he'd used a special method to directly collapse the miniature world. At this moment, there was nothing left in the direction of the gorge, and he was sure that Lin Tian and the others were dead. Even though he'd vented his hatred, it was even more unbearable. After all, it was the secret palace of his Kongming Dao sect's first ancestor, and everything within should have belonged to him. Moreover, he had great use for the descendant of the immortal spirit imperial family. Yet now, all of this had been destroyed. At the bottom of an old cliff that was boundlessly far away from the gorge, numerous withered rocks lay on the ground. Oam. Chapter 1990. We've finally dodged a calamity. The white tiger let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, when the small world collapsed, Even though Lin Tian propped up his Saint Domain and told it that it could withstand the destructive power of the small world's collapse, it was still a little frightened. Now it was completely relieved. The old gangster looked at Lin Tian's Saint Domain and clicked his tongue. "Kid, not bad. You made the world seed evolve into a real great world so quickly. It took a lot less time than I expected. I'm lucky. I found what I needed very quickly." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he put the Saint Domain back into his body. The old cliff was very desolate. At first glance, it was a place where people rarely went. There were many dry stones and very few plants. "Kid, I'll go first. I have to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. You guys should be careful in the Void Realm." The old gangster spoke at this time. He said something to Lin Tiandao and left in the blink of an eye. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the distance. Lin Tian was speechless. This old man ran really fast. He glanced at the place and then called the whooshing crocodile, the little taichu, and the white tiger to leave this place. "Let's find a place to cultivate in seclusion," he said. After leaving the old cliff, the surroundings seemed to be more desolate. Not long after, he found a hidden mountain cave. After entering, he took out the 6 saint pearls and the god Lingjing that he had obtained. For a moment, the entire mountain cave was enveloped by thick divine light and saint energy. "Use them to cultivate," he said to the whooshing crocodile, the little taichu, and the white tiger. "Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate." The whooshing crocodile's face was full of excitement. The white tiger was the same. They activated their respective ancient scriptures, one after another. Demonic light bloomed, absorbing the power of the saint pearls and the god Lingjing to cultivate. Beside him, the little taichu also began to circulate his own ancient scriptures, refining the god Lingjing and the saint pearl. Lin Tianwei took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged at the side. She began to circulate the Sun Heart Sutra and adjusted her essence, energy, and spirit. Then she began to cultivate. Buzz! Golden divine light intertwined on the surface of his body. Shen Lingjing's divine qi and the pure power of heaven and earth in the saint orb turned into wisps of divine light and quickly flowed into his body. All of a sudden, his essence, energy, and spirit increased at an extremely fast rate, like boiling water. At the same time, he propped up his sacred domain and circulated the nameless Tao Law, while borrowing the power of the divine Lingjing and the sacred pearl to cultivate and raise his cultivation level. He also strengthened his sacred domain. At the same time, he also comprehended his own nameless Tao Law. There was nothing in the sacred domain, and it was hazy. As he absorbed the power of the divine Lingjing and the saint pearl, his sacred domain grew and expanded just like his cultivation level. The Tao light from the nameless Tao Law also gradually became stronger. Just like that, time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The divine Lingjing and the saint pearl were all used up. Buzz! Shocking radiance intertwined in the cave, and it was resplendent. The peak of the half-step divine Emperor Realm. Just a small step away from the divine Emperor Realm. This is Awu. The whooshing crocodile stopped cultivating and couldn't help but howl. Awesome! The white tiger was also excited. Just like the whooshing crocodile, he had also reached the half-step divine Emperor Realm. Beside him, the little taichu's body was surrounded by faint, 6-colored divine light. In the blink of an eye, he had also reached the half-step divine Emperor Realm. This was a huge improvement. In just 3 months, their cultivation level had increased by a few small stages. Then the whooshing crocodile looked to the other side. Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Although the divine Lingjing and the saint pearl had been used up, he was still cultivating. The divine light and Tao light outside his body were still very strong. In the sacred domain, there was a faint trace of life. Some green buds could be seen on the ground. These green buds were not worth mentioning. However, As soon as the green grass came out of the ground, the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger were moved. Even the little Taichu opened his big bright eyes. This sacred domain is no longer hazy and empty. It has life. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. Previously, the sacred domain that Lin Tian had evolved from the world seed was only vast. Everything else was hazy and there was nothing else. But now there was green grass. This was undoubtedly a huge qualitative change. It was a huge growth of the sacred domain. In the sacred domain, there seemed to be a breeze. The green grass bud swayed and slowly grew. A faint life aura was intertwined in the sacred domain. At this moment, divine light surged out of the little Taichu's body. A light realm slowly appeared from his body. Primordial fairy realm. The whooshing crocodile was surprised. He asked, "Little guy, why did you summon it now?" "Yeah, I didn't. It ran out on its own." The little Taichu's big bright eyes opened even wider. "What? It ran out on its own?" The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. Beside him, the white tiger also had a strange look on his face. The primordial fairy realm surged out of the little Taichu's body. Although it only occupied a space of a few 100 feet, it looked like the entire primordial fairy realm had appeared. It was just that its scale had shrunk countless times. One could see that many places were very damaged. Most of the areas were wastelands. Buzz. Almost at the same time that the primordial fairy realm appeared, the sacred domain trembled slightly. Strands of light flowed and entered the primordial fairy realm that had shrunk countless times. It was as if a rain of light had been sprinkled down. Then, in the next moment, the damaged land in the primordial fairy realm began to gradually heal. Many areas that had been reduced to yellow soil and desert actually had green plants growing. This scene immediately moved the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger. The little Taichu's big bright eyes widened even further. The primordial fairy realm is being repaired by the sacred domain. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. The primordial fairy realm was originally the spiritual land of the primordial fairy realm's royal family. It had been destroyed after a series of divine battles during the Antiquity Age. More than 1,000 years ago, the primordial fairy emperor had sent it into the little Taichu's body so that the little Taichu could refine it for his own use. Normally, it was very difficult for the little Taichu to summon it. It required a lot of effort and time. However, at this time, the primordial fairy realm seemed to have developed an independent consciousness. It surged out automatically because of Lin Tian's sacred domain and used the power of the sacred domain to repair itself. Buzz. At this time, Lin Tian was cultivating with his eyes closed. His essence, qi and spirit increased bit by bit. The sacred domain grew strong and shone brightly. Beside him, the damaged primordial fairy realm trembled as well. It was almost leaning against the sacred domain. Strands of light from the sacred domain flowed into the primordial fairy realm, causing the primordial fairy realm to repair itself even faster. At the same time, strands of holy light appeared from within. Throughout the process, Lin Tian's sacred domain did not reject the primordial fairy realm at all. Why do I feel that the primordial fairy realm and the sacred domain have the same origin? The white tiger stared. This, Lord Crocodile has this feeling too. Chapter 1991. The primordial immortal world floated out of the little Taichu's body as the saint domain grew. With the help of the saint domain's growth, many of the broken lands were slowly healing. This surprised the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger. Even the little Taichu's eyes were wide open. Buzz. Lin Tian was surrounded by the saint domain. Dots of divine light intertwined, and strands of green sprouts emerged from the saint domain. Life energy appeared. Following the changes in his saint domain, the rate at which his essence, qi, and spirit rose outside his body became even faster. Moreover, the nameless Tao light that surrounded him became thicker and thicker, giving off a sense of vastness that encompassed everything. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. After a month, the broken primordial immortal world was almost 1/10 healed. Many of the destroyed areas were restored to normal. Green plants appeared in some deserts, and the sky became even bluer. Then, it automatically entered the little Taichu's body. It was also on this day that the sky trembled slightly. Rolling lightning intertwined, and a pitch-black thundercloud vortex slowly emerged. As the black thundercloud vortex emerged, bolts of dazzling lightning appeared immediately. The aura of destruction covered the sky and earth, as if it was going to destroy the entire world. The white tiger was shocked. Heavenly tribulation? He broke through to the God Emperor realm. So fast! The whooshing crocodile was also shocked. Before, Lin Tian was only a mid-stage God Emperor. Now, he had broken through to the God Emperor realm. However, in the next moment, it was no longer shocked. The energy contained in the 6 Saint Pearls was too shocking. In addition to the God Lingjing's power and the Saint Domain's growth, it was normal for Lin Tian to break through to the God Emperor realm. After all, they had only refined some of the God Lingjing's power and the Saint Pearl's power to reach the peak of the half-step God Emperor realm. Rumble! The sky shook violently. Tribulation lightning rumbled. The place instantly darkened, and all living things trembled in fear. At the same time, Lin Tian opened his eyes and woke up. The moment he woke up, he used his mind to temporarily suppress his cultivation level. The tribulation lightning dissipated in the blink of an eye. He stood up and put away the Saint Domain. The nameless Tao light that surrounded him also slowly disappeared into his body. Yeah, the little Taichu called out in its baby voice and flew over. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger also came over. Lin, you're already in the God Emperor realm. The little fellow's primordial immortal empire has also recovered considerably thanks to your power of the sacred domain. It briefly told Lin Tian about the restoration of the immortal worlds. Lin Tian could not help but feel shocked. Previously, he had been wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. However, he did not think too much about this matter. He only knew that the primordial immortal world was beginning to recover because of his holy domain. This was a great thing. After this, as his holy domain grew, perhaps the primordial immortal world would recover completely. Find a barren place. I'll undergo the God Emperor tribulation, he said to the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. There were many living things in this place. He couldn't undergo the tribulation here. It would kill many living things. He immediately left with the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. About 3 days later, he found a barren place. It was completely a desert. There were no signs of human habitation. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. You guys stay away, he said to the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. He was prepared to break through to the God Emperor realm and undergo the tribulation. Kid, you don't seem to be prepared. Are you going to undergo the tribulation directly? There won't be any problems, right? The whooshing crocodile asked. Don't worry. There won't be any problems. Lin Tiandao. He asked the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu to stay far away. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the God Emperor realm. In an instant, the sky trembled. Thunder rumbled. A pitch-black vortex appeared, and a destructive aura appeared. With a rumbling sound, blood-red lightning bolts interweaved in the thunderclouds one after another, giving people a terrifying feeling. Come. He stood in the middle of the desert and looked up at the tribulation in the sky. Then, as if the thunderclouds had an independent consciousness, a blood-red lightning bolt struck down. It was a huge lightning beam. It was the main lightning punishment of the first round. This aura. It won't be a problem to kill a peak God Emperor. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but tremble. He looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. The white tiger and the little Taichu were the same. Even though they knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, they couldn't help but worry when they saw such a terrifying lightning bolt striking toward Lin Tian. The void was shattered in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the first round of lightning punishment fell on top of Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian also felt the terror of the first round of lightning punishment. However, he wasn't afraid at all. He waved his fist. Dong! With a loud bang, he waved his Chaos Emperor fist and shattered the first round of lightning punishment. This one punch! In the distance, the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger stared. The terrifying first round of lightning punishment, which could shatter a peak god emperor, was shattered by Lin Tian with one punch. Such battle prowess was truly terrifying. Lin Tian stood at the center of the heavenly punishment. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was very calm. The lightning punishment of an emperor god was very terrifying. However, it was only the first round of lightning punishment after all. It couldn't stop him. Again, he looked at the lightning punishment in the sky and said indifferently. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sky began to tremble as the second round of heavenly punishment began to descend. Subsequently, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth rounds of lightning punishments fell one after another, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Tian was fearless. He activated the 5 lightning heaven suppression technique and the Tao power of the lightning divine way intertwined. The sacred region was also propped up. The 3 of them combined into one and were extremely powerful. They blocked the few rounds of lightning punishment. Previously, because of the world seed, his heavenly punishment became more terrifying than before. With the combination of the lightning technique and lightning divine way, it was difficult to pass through several rounds of lightning punishment. He needed external help. Now, the world seed turned into a sacred region. Although it made the power of the heavenly punishment more terrifying, the sacred region's power is also very shocking. Its defense is unparalleled. It made it much easier for this kid to block the power of the heavenly punishment. The whooshing crocodile said. As soon as it said that, another ear-piercing lightning exploded in the sky. The 10th round of lightning punishment appeared. It was a lightning starry sky. The stars were formed by lightning and seemed to be able to easily destroy everything. With the appearance of this round of main lightning punishment, the power of the heavenly tribulation instantly underwent a qualitative change. The aura of destruction increased by too much, causing the 5 elements crocodile, who had just analyzed Lin Tian's current situation, to immediately have a drastic change in expression. At the same time, the white tiger and the little Taichu were also shocked. It's much more terrifying than the previous 9 rounds of lightning punishment combined. The white tiger's expression changed. With Lin Tian's current battle strength, it's impossible for him to block it. They could feel Lin Tian's current battle strength. After propping up the sacred region and dealing with the previous 9 rounds of lightning punishment, he was already a little out of breath. The 9th round of lightning punishment was the limit of what Lin Tian could withstand. At this moment, the 10th round of lightning punishment was much more terrifying than the previous 9 rounds of lightning punishment. They were immediately worried. However, Lin Tian himself was very calm. With his current battle strength, he really couldn't withstand the 10th round of lightning punishment. However, he still had other methods. He looked at the 10th round of lightning punishment in the sky. With a slight thought, he activated the reincarnation forging divine art. Boom! Chapter 1992. Wu Yi had spent 1,000 years to create the reincarnation forging divine technique for him. It was created so that he could easily pass through the heavenly tribulation. It was completely compatible with his reincarnation origin. This was the first time he used this precious technique after leaving the 10 directions, heavenly domain. In an instant, his essence, energy, and spirit soared. His strength in all aspects increased tenfold, causing the sky to tremble violently. He looked at the 10th round of the main lightning punishment in the sky. At this moment, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Without any overly complicated movements, he just raised his hand and punched toward the sky. Dong! It was as if a sacred drum had been beaten. As he swung his fist, the world trembled. A dazzling fist light broke through everything in an instant, and the 10th round of the main lightning punishment that fell from the sky was shattered in an instant. Such a scene directly caused the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger in the distance to change their expressions. Even the little Taichu widened his eyes. This brat, his aura suddenly increased tenfold or so. How did he do it? I didn't see him use any Baodan to increase his battle strength. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger were shocked. They didn't know about the existence of the reincarnation forging divine technique. When they saw the terrifying 10th round of the main lightning punishment, they were very nervous and worried for Lin Tian. However, they didn't expect that Lin Tian's divine power fluctuations would suddenly skyrocket. After that, he destroyed the 10th round of the main lightning punishment with a single punch. Boom! In the sky, a pitch-black lightning vortex appeared horizontally. Thunder rumbled, and blood-red lightning interweaved in the clouds. After the 10th round of the main lightning punishment was destroyed, a supreme existence in the thundercloud vortex seemed to be angry. Ear-piercing thunder rang out again. The 11th round of the main lightning punishment immediately pressed down, covering all directions. At this time, Lin Tian used the reincarnation forging divine technique. The 5 heaven-shaking thunder technique, the thunder divine way, and the saint domain surrounded him. His entire person was like an ancient god. He didn't fear the 11th round of the main lightning punishment in the slightest. Just like before, this time he simply swung his fist and shattered the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye. Then, the thunder became even more violent. Round after round of lightning punishment struck down, each more terrifying than the last. Lin Tian had the reincarnation forging spiritual art to protect his body and increase his battle prowess. Coupled with the lightless heaven suppression art, lightning divine Tao, and the power of the Saint Domain, his battle prowess was so strong that it caused one's heart to palpitate. It was enough to move an ordinary quasi-saint as he shattered the main lightning punishments, one after another. Soon an hour passed. When the strange lightning shadows that filled the sky were shattered, the God Emperor's heavenly punishment completely dissipated. This brat, he completely relied on himself to pass the God Emperor tribulation. He no longer needs the help of the little fellow's primordial immortal empire. Moreover, it was so easy. Whooshing Crocodile could not help but stare. It still remembered that Lin Tian's previous heavenly tribulations had been very difficult. He had needed the help of the little Taichu and the primordial immortal empire to survive. But now he did not need any external help at all. He had easily passed through this heavenly punishment. At the same time, it was bewildered. What was going on with Lin Tian's sudden increase in battle prowess? How did he suddenly become stronger? Buzz! The heavenly punishment dissipated, and the sky regained its clarity. Soon, 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared. As soon as the 7-colored auspicious clouds appeared, 7-colored divine radiance descended and surrounded Lin Tian. This was the gift after the heavenly tribulation, and it contained the mighty power of heaven and earth. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He put away the reincarnation forging spiritual art and 5 heaven-shaking lightning art and activated the Sun Heart Sutra. He began to absorb and refine the 7-colored divine radiance to refine his flesh and blood. At the same time, he used it to stabilize his Tao foundation. Just like that, a quarter of an hour passed quickly. The 7-colored, auspicious clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. Strands of divine radiance surrounded Lin Tian's body, making him look like a god. He clenched his fists and could clearly feel his current strength. His body was indestructible. Then he looked inside his body. The divine power in his body was more vigorous, and his divine soul was more powerful. Even his life essence had become brighter. Good. A glint flashed across his eyes. With his current cultivation and battle prowess, he could be regarded as the strongest under the quasi-saint realm. Ordinary god emperors would definitely not be able to stop him. If he activated the reincarnation forging spiritual art, he would probably be able to contend with ordinary quasi-saints. He took a deep breath, and the radiance on the surface of his body was gradually absorbed. Then he became no different from an ordinary person. It was also at this time that little Tai Chu, Whooshing Crocodile, and White Tiger flashed over. "Kid, congratulations on reaching the God Emperor realm." Whooshing Crocodile spoke. Then he asked Lin Tian curiously, "Your divine power and battle prowess suddenly skyrocketed. What happened?" Beside him, White Tiger and little Tai Chu also looked at him. They were very curious about this matter. Lin Tian naturally did not hide this. He briefly explained the reincarnation forging spiritual art and briefly mentioned the reincarnation tribulation crossing song at the same time. Whooshing Crocodile, White Tiger, and little Tai Chu were all shocked. The reincarnation forging spiritual art can increase battle prowess by 10 times. Together with the reincarnation tribulation crossing song, it can increase battle prowess by 100 times. This is really... Whooshing Crocodile was stunned. After a dozen breaths, he came back to his senses. He could not help but sigh. As expected of Princess Wu Yi, she can actually create 2 Supreme Saint techniques that target your origin. Although these 2 techniques could not be used on the same person at the same time, Lin Tian could use the reincarnation forging spiritual art and Wu Yi could use the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. Together, they could directly increase Lin Tian's battle prowess by 100 times. What kind of thought was this? 100 times battle prowess. Even the most ordinary cultivator, with 100 times increase in battle prowess, was enough to be respected in any major realm, let alone a reincarnated body like Lin Tian. With such 100 times increase in battle prowess, he would be almost invincible in the future. It's a pity that only you and Princess Wu Yi can cultivate these 2 saint techniques. How good would it be if we could cultivate them too? White Tiger sighed. Then he looked at Lin Tian. His eyes lit up. He rubbed his paws and said, "Why don't you give us a large amount of reincarnation origin too, so that we can cultivate these 2 saint techniques too?" Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately raised one of his crocodile claws. "This is a good idea. Grandpa Crocodile agrees." Lin Tian squinted at them and said angrily, "Get lost." Under the God Emperor level heavenly punishment, this place had been ruined beyond recognition. He took a deep breath and then called Whooshing Crocodile, little Tai Chu, and White Tiger to leave this place. They flew into the air and soon traveled a few hundred feet. However, it was also at this moment that Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. He came to a halt and turned his head to look towards the southeast of the desert that had been reduced to ruins by the heavenly tribulation. "What's wrong, kid?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. White Tiger and little Tai Chu also looked at him. "There's something special." Lin Tian changed his direction and quickly came to the southeast of the Gobi. He looked at the underground of this place. His eyes changed. At this time, the eye of delusion opened. He looked straight at the underground. Then his expression changed again. "What's special below?" White Tiger saw his expression and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 1993. The Tao Oblivion Demon Vein was similar to a spirit vein. The difference was that spirit veins were formed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, while the Tao Oblivion Demon Vein was formed by the filth and turbid chi of heaven and earth. It was much scarier than ordinary demon veins. The slightest contact with the Tao Oblivion Demon Vein would cause fatal damage to a cultivator's cultivation and foundation. At this time, Lin Tian opened his delusion breaker divine eyes and looked at the ground. Dragon runes intertwined under his feet, using a special method to break through some layers of soil. In the blink of an eye, A snake-shaped vein mixed with pitch black and blood red was exposed. As soon as the vein appeared, black and blood light intertwined, causing the air to tremble. This thing, whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. He couldn't help but tremble as a sense of horror rose in his heart. Beside him, the white tiger was the same. Even the little Taichu couldn't help but tremble. "Kid, you should hurry up and stay away. This isn't anything good," White Tiger said. He could sense how terrifying the Tao Oblivion demon vein was. Even a saint would be in trouble if they touched it. "What's the rush? Although this isn't anything good, it's still very useful." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, more dragon runes intertwined under his feet. Strands of them entered the ground and surged toward the Tao Oblivion demon vein. Whooshing Crocodile and White Tiger's expressions changed again. "Kid, what are you doing?" Whooshing Crocodile glared. Lin Tian seemed to want to touch the Tao Oblivion demon vein. "Take it. It's useful." Lin Tiandao. At this moment, he opened his divine eye of illusion breaker. Strands of dragon runes intertwined in his eyes. More dragon runes extended from his feet and surged toward the Tao Oblivion demon vein. "You want to take it? Can you do it? This is something that can even corrode a saint's cultivation and foundation." White Tiger's heart palpitated. "Moreover, what's the point of taking it? You don't have to worry about anything. With my current cultivation, although it won't be easy to retrieve it by relying on the dragon burial scripture, it is still doable." Lin Tiandao. "As for what use it has, it's not much. Just bring it to visit the Kongming Dao sect." Dao Master Kongming wanted to kill him and suppress the little Taichu, so he was definitely their mortal enemy. Now, Dao Master Kongming had been seriously injured by the old hooligan, and his cultivation had definitely fallen below the Saint Ruler realm. The strongest person in the Dao sect of Kongming was only at the Saint realm, and there weren't many of them. This was because many of the Saint realm experts of this branch had already died in the Kongming secret palace. Under such circumstances, when he noticed a Tao of Oblivion devil vein that was capable of corroding the cultivation of a saint, he naturally had an idea at the first possible moment. He intended to utilize this Tao of Oblivion devil vein to make a trip to the Kongming Dao sect and seize the opportunity to annihilate Dao Lord Kongming. Go to the Kongming Dao sect? You want to deal with Dao Lord Kongming. Whooshing Crocodile revealed a shocked expression and immediately guessed Lin Tian's plan. White Tiger and Little Taichu also thought of this and were both astonished. "Yes, that's it." Lin Tian nodded. He had previously asked the old hooligan where the Kongming Dao sect was located. It wasn't very far from where they were now, and it would take about half a month for them to reach there. After he took out the Tao of Oblivion devil vein and did some special treatment, he directly headed to the Kongming Dao sect. Dragon patterns continuously surged out from under his feet, turning into small dragons that intertwined with the Tao of Oblivion devil vein, shining brightly. Just like this, a full 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. 7 days later, on this day, the Tao of Oblivion devil vein was covered in dragon patterns. He used the endless dragon patterns to form the dragon sealing formation, forcibly compressing the Tao of Oblivion devil vein to the size of an inch, and then grabbed it in his hand. He really caught it? White Tiger trembled as it stared at the Tao of Oblivion devil vein in Lin Tian's hand. It couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, this thing could even damage the cultivation base of a saint-level expert. At this time, when it was compressed to the size of an inch in Lin Tian's hand and held in his hand, it naturally felt a sense of fear as it looked at it from a close distance. A faint light intertwined in Lin Tian's hand, and in a flash he put away the Tao of Oblivion devil vein. "I'll prepare some dragon pattern talismans that can cut off the Tao of Oblivion devil vein's aura before heading to the Kongming Dao sect." This place happened to be deserted, so he continued to circulate the dragon burial scripture and inscribe dragon pattern talismans that could cut off the Tao of Oblivion devil chi. After all, when he went to the Kongming Dao sect, he would definitely use the Tao of Oblivion Devil Light. Once the Tao of Oblivion Devil Chi spread, it would be very difficult for him to control it. Therefore, he had to prepare something that could cut off the Tao of Oblivion Devil Chi in advance. When he released the Tao of Oblivion Devil Vein, he would use the dragon pattern talismans to protect them so that they wouldn't have to fear the Tao of Oblivion Devil Chi at that time. Just like that, another 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. He inscribed 4 dragon pattern talismans and extracted the aura of the Tao of Oblivion Devil Vein for experiments. He could completely cut it off. He gave 3 of the dragon pattern talismans to Wuxing Crocodile, White Tiger, and Little Taichu so that they could keep it safe. Then he led the way and directly headed to the northwest of this area. They were very fast. After that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, on this day, a continuous chain of celestial mountains appeared in front of them. It was difficult to count exactly how many celestial mountains there were. Every mountain had 1 or 2 divine palaces and pavilions, which gave off a grand and glorious feeling. Moreover, there was a very thick aura of time that interweaved between the divine palaces and pavilions. It was unknown how long these divine palaces and pavilions had existed for. We're here. A bright light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. This was the Kongming Dao sect. Kid, are you really going? Is it really okay? Wuxing Crocodile asked. Even though the Tao Annihilation Devil Vein could corrode a sage's cultivation and foundation and greatly reduce a sage's battle prowess for a short period of time, even to the extent of losing the ability to move, it still felt a little guilty to rely on this to establish the Kongming Dao sect. Don't worry, it's fine, Lin Tiandao said. Get rid of Dao Master Kongming and take away all the treasures that the Kongming Dao sect has accumulated over the years. At that time, all of you will be able to reach the Divine Emperor Realm in a short period of time. You might even be able to reach the Divine Emperor Realm. After all, the main clan of a large sect with a Saint King Realm expert overseeing it definitely won't be lacking in treasures and resources. After hearing Lin Tian's words, the Wuxing Crocodile's eyes, which were originally a little worried, suddenly lit up and threw their previous worries away. For the treasures and resources, for the sake of improving our cultivation, go! Get rid of that old bastard Kongming and empty the Kongming Dao sect. It clenched its claws and said, Go, go, go. The White Tiger also said, its eyes shining, just like the Wuxing Crocodile. It was excited by the cultivation resources that Lin Tian mentioned. Only the Little Taichu didn't react. It looked at the Kongming Dao sect in front of it and blinked from time to time. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. Chapter 1994. The Kongming Dao sect was situated in the middle of a mountain range. It was grand and majestic, and divine energy surrounded it. Lin Tian led the Wuxing Crocodile, the White Tiger, and the Little Taichu towards the sect's main entrance. Naturally, they were immediately discovered by some of the Kongming Dao sect's cultivators who were guarding the main entrance. Someone immediately approached them. Who goes there? There were 7 people guarding the main entrance. At this moment, 5 of them came forward to inquire, and their expressions were slightly cold. Independent cultivators paying a visit to your sect master Kongming. Lin Tiantan said with a smile. The few people who inquired were stunned, and then they revealed cold expressions. What kind of status do you think our sect's ancestor has? Is he someone who just anyone can pay a visit to? Leave quickly, or leave your lives behind. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. His golden divine energy shook, and it transformed into a golden storm that swept out. Instantly, banging sounds rang out, and the 5 Kongming Dao sect's cultivators who went forward to inquire were all sent flying. His current cultivation level was at the Celestial Arch Realm, while the few disciples guarding the main gate of the Kongming Dao sect were only at the true immortal realm. In his eyes, they were no different from transparent air. You dare to attack? How dare you? Inform the elders. The other 2 Kongming Dao sect's cultivators who didn't come over were shocked and furious when they saw the scene. They never thought that someone would actually dare to attack them in front of the main entrance. Is he trying to force his way into the Kongming Dao sect? Immediately, one of the two ran into the Kongming Dao sect and shouted from afar that someone was trying to force his way into the sect. In an instant, all the disciples and elders in the Kongming Dao sect were moved and furious. Someone is trying to force his way into our sect? He's courting death. Suppress him and tear him to shreds. The group of Kongming Dao sect's disciples shouted coldly, and many of them headed towards the main entrance. Lin Tian heard the voices of the cultivators outside the Kongming Dao sect, but his expression didn't change at all. In fact, there was even a faint smile on his face. He interweaved his God Emperor aura and pushed away the last Kongming Dao sect's cultivator guarding the main entrance. He led Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and the White Tiger straight into the Kongming Dao sect. As soon as they entered the Kongming Dao sect, Lin Tian and the others immediately felt that the divine energy fluctuations here were much denser than those outside. It was as if they were immersed in a sea of divine energy, making them feel extremely comfortable. It's them? Arrogant things. Suppress them. When the group of Kongming Dao sect's disciples saw Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others, they immediately knew that it was Lin Tian and the others who were trying to force their way into the Kongming Dao sect. A large group of people immediately rushed over, and their bodies were covered in divine energy. A group of heavenly God realm cultivators. And you dare to rush over like this? Do you think we're pushovers? Wuxing Crocodile spoke, and the wings on his back flapped, forming a gust of 5-elemental wind that swept the group of people away. Half-step, Divine Emperor? A mere half-step Divine Emperor dares to barge into our sect. Some of the Kongming Dao sect's cultivators saw through Wuxing Crocodile's cultivation, but their expressions didn't change. They were still as cold as ever, and they shouted coldly from afar. However, no one rushed forward. After all, the strongest cultivators nearby were only heavenly gods. They scolded the 5 elements Crocodile's group and waited in place, waiting for their own deacons and elders to appear. The deacons and elders were all divine Emperor realm cultivators. Ask your Kongming Dao sect master to come out and meet me. Lin Tian spoke, and at the same time his right hand moved slightly. The Oblivion Path demon vein that he had suppressed to an inch fell from his sleeve, and with the help of the Dragon Burial Scripture, it sank into the ground of the Kongming Dao sect. As he spoke, he didn't stop at all, and he walked towards the center of the Kongming Dao sect. The Kongming Dao sect's cultivators saw him walking forward, and many of their eyes turned cold, but they all retreated because they could feel Lin Tian's strength. With their heavenly God realm cultivators, they would definitely be in trouble if they rushed over to stop him. You're courting death, madman. A cold voice sounded, and more than 10 figures appeared one after another. Their bodies were intertwined with majestic divine power, and they were all divine Emperor realm cultivators. They were the deacons of the Kongming Dao sect. Take him down, one of the leading deacons said. Immediately, the other deacons acted, and the transmogrifying divine seal pressed down on Lin Tian. The divine seal intertwined with Dao runes and divine radiance, and the pressure caused the void to distort. Lin Tian didn't stop at all, and with a simple wave of his hand, the divine radiance turned into a gust of wind, and it directly shattered the divine seal. At the same time, the deacon who attacked coughed up blood and rolled a few 100 feet away. This scene shocked some of the Kongming Dao sect's disciples. The deacon who attacked just now was a divine Emperor realm cultivator, but now he was seriously injured by Lin Tian with a casual wave of his hand. He's not simple, but he's only at the divine Emperor realm. How dare he act so presumptuously in our Kongming Dao sect with such a cultivation level? Don't waste your breath. Let's attack together and suppress him directly. 2 of the deacons spoke out. Then, more than 10 of them unleashed their divine abilities and pressed down on Lin Tian. All of them were at the divine Emperor realm, and the strongest one was at the peak of the divine emperor realm, with more than 10 of them attacking together. The majestic divine radiance froze the surroundings. Lin Tian's expression was still indifferent, and there was no change. He waved his hand casually, and a large amount of divine radiance splashed out. Qi! 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 The divine radiance that the deacons unleashed was instantly shattered. At the same time, a majestic force spread out and landed on the deacons, sending them flying. The deacons were all, how is this possible? The Kongming Dao sect's disciples were shocked. More than 10 divine emperor realm deacons attacked together, but they were still sent flying by Lin Tian with just a wave of his hand. Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he continued to walk toward the center of the Kongming Dao sect. However, in the next moment, he stopped in his tracks and looked at the sky in front of him. There, more than 10 figures appeared. Their essence, energy, and spirit were incomparably majestic, and there was a faint divine aura surrounding them. Secondary Sage. Lin Tian looked at this group of people, and naturally he could tell their cultivation levels in an instant, but his expression remained unchanged. When the other ordinary cultivators of the Kongming Dao sect saw these people, they immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, elders. Elders, this person forced his way into our sect. Some of our fellow disciples and deacons have been injured. Elders, please suppress him. Someone said, pointing at Lin Tian with anger and coldness. The dozen people who appeared were in the sky, looking down at Lin Tian like divine emperors, their expressions cold. One of them said coldly, since the founding of our Kongming Dao sect, no one has ever dared to. You speak too much nonsense, Lin Tian said, directly interrupting him. Ask your sect master to come out and see me. His expression was calm, and this caused the secondary sage who spoke to look even colder. A mere divine emperor dares to be so insolent. Chapter 1995. Saint power surged and intertwined violently, causing the void to distort. The saint-grade palm seal completely sealed off the surrounding space. It seems that quite a number of secondary saints from your lineage died not long ago. Now, you still want more to die? Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all as he faced this attack. He appeared very calm. With a slight thought, the Oblivion Path demon vein, which was surrounded by endless dragon patterns, exploded beneath the Kongming Dao sect. Instantly, the entire Kongming Dao sect trembled violently. The ground cracked open, and wisps of dark red and dark black mist rushed out from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it covered every corner of the Kongming Dao sect. The entire Kongming Dao sect was covered by this black and red mist in the blink of an eye, contaminating the Kongming Dao sect's disciples one after another. What is this? Why would such a filthy thing rush out from beneath our sect? The Kongming Dao sect's disciples' expressions changed. They all sensed the ominous demonic qi. Then, in the next moment, they all began to tremble violently. My cultivation, I can't use it anymore. Me too. Is it related to this filthy demonic qi? It's corroding the foundation of my cultivation. Quickly, circulate your profound art to block it. Many disciples shouted in horror. After all, cultivation was extremely important to a cultivator. At this time, their cultivation and power had suddenly plummeted, and even their foundation was being corroded. This naturally caused these disciples to panic. At the same time, the saint-grade palm seal of the Kongming Dao sect's secondary saint dissipated as if it was melting ice. After that, the secondary saint who made the move and the other secondary saints trembled slightly. Their bodies were contaminated by the demonic qi that surged up from the ground. Their saint energy became chaotic, and their essence, qi, and spirit were rapidly weakened at an alarming rate. You did this. What did you set up under our sect? How could you tamper with our sect's underground? These secondary saints were shocked and furious. Moreover, they were also a little panicked. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He only smiled faintly. The Kongming Dao sect had all kinds of spiritual pools and great veins intertwined under it, and it was also protected by extremely shocking saint runes. However, he didn't need to touch these saint runes. He simply placed the Annihilation Dao demon vein in a shallower location and triggered it to explode. Then, the demonic qi of oblivion directly rushed to the surface and covered the entire Kongming Dao sect. He looked at the center of the Kongming Dao sect and led the Wuxing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu there. He'd faintly sensed Dao Lord Kongming's aura, and it just happened to be within a tall tower at the center. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something tearing through the air resounded. Almost at the instant he moved towards the tower, 7 figures charged out from within the tower. One of them wore a purplish gold dragon robe. Shockingly, it was Sect Master Kongming. The people beside him were the Sect Master Kongming and a few Supreme Elders. What happened? Sect Master Kongming strode out with an icy cold voice. He was in closed door cultivation to recuperate, but he hadn't expected that turbid demonic qi would charge into the tower. It greatly affected his closed door cultivation, and he had no choice but to leave. Beside him, the profound Kongming sect master and the supreme elders of his faction were also filled with cold anger. The turbid demonic qi had greatly affected their cultivation. Oh, we meet again. Lin Tian stopped and raised his head to look at the tower. His gaze descended onto Sect Master Kongming, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sect Master Kongming's expression immediately changed. It's you. All of you aren't dead. Earlier, he'd detonated the small world left behind by Sect Master Kongming, and nothing was left after it exploded. He was sure that Lin Tian and the others should be dead. Yet now he'd seen Lin Tian alive. We won't die so easily. Lin Tianling smiled and said, however, you won't be able to survive today. As he spoke, he strode towards the tower. How presumptuous! How dare you speak to our sect master like this? The dozen or so quasi-saint elders who'd appeared earlier spoke out. At this time, even though they were panicking because of the damage to their cultivation, they still revealed coldness when they heard Lin Tian's words. Moreover, their panic turned into coldness and killing intent. The dozen or so people directly moved, grabbing at Lin Tian in unison. However, as soon as they made a move, these people's expressions changed again. They clearly discovered that their battle prowess had decreased tremendously in just a few dozen breaths. At this time, it was actually difficult for them to even display the strength of a god emperor. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. The divine power of a god emperor surged, turning into a storm that swept out and directly sent the group of people flying. Elders. The group of ordinary sect Master Kongming disciples were anxious and palpitating because of their cultivation. But when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, their quasi-sage elders were all swept away by Lin Tian in an instant. Even the Wuxing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the white tiger were astonished. Although they'd long known that the Oblivion Path demonic vein could greatly reduce the strength of a cultivator who'd come into contact with the Oblivion Path demonic vein. Once infected, their strength would at most be comparable to that of a god emperor. But at this time, when they saw Lin Tian sweep away the dozen or so quasi-saints who'd been infected by the Oblivion Path demonic qi, they still couldn't help but be astonished. This scene was really too shocking. As for the Oblivion Path demonic qi that enveloped the sect, they didn't care about it at all. This was because they had the protection of the dragon pattern talismans that Lin Tian had refined beforehand. All the Oblivion Path demonic qi was isolated outside. At this time, the sect master of the Kongming sect and the others in the tower were also shocked. That's the Oblivion Path demonic qi. It's filthy and turbid, and it can corrode a cultivator's cultivation base and foundation. Our strength has decreased greatly now. However, It's fortunate that this corrosion is only temporary. With our cultivation base, it'll be enough to erase the Oblivion Path demonic chi in half a month's time. At that time, our cultivation base can be restored again. The sect master of the Kongming sect and the Grand Elders frowned. Their group originally had the cultivation base of a saint, but at this time their strength was only at the God Emperor level. One of them snorted coldly. It was the 9th Grand Elder of the current generation of the Kongming sect. He said, "For now, peak God Emperor level is enough to suppress him." As he spoke, this person bowed slightly to the sect master Kongming. "Ancestor, please wait for a moment. I'll go and suppress this scoundrel." Clang. A golden sword light shot through the sky at an extremely fast speed. It interrupted this person's words and directly pierced through his chest. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. Such a scene caused the expressions of the Kongming sect master and the other Grand Elders to change. Even though the 9th Grand Elder's cultivation base had decreased temporarily due to the Oblivion Path demonic chi, he was still a peak God Emperor. Yet he was pierced through by Lin Tianyi's sword just like that. They could clearly sense that Lin Tian was only an early-stage God Emperor. How could an early-stage God Emperor be so strong? Even Kongming Dao Master, who was the strongest in this generation of Kongming Dao sect, was shocked. Lin Tian, who was only at the early Divine Emperor realm, was actually able to injure a peak Divine Emperor so easily. This naturally shocked him. However, in the next moment, his eyes and expression turned ice-cold again. The sect protecting array of the sect has been corroded by the Oblivion Path demonic chi. It can't be activated temporarily. All of you attack together. Chapter 1996. Following Dao Master Kongming's words, Kongming sect master and the other Taoist elders of this lineage moved at the same time. With a rumbling sound, several different divine abilities pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time. The Oblivion Dao Devil Chi that enveloped the Kongming Dao sect was blown away by the great force of these divine abilities. Facing their attacks, Lin Tian's expression did not change. "Not enough," he calmly said. These people's cultivation bases and Dao foundations had been corroded by the Oblivion Dao Devil Chi. Their battle prowess had been greatly weakened. The strongest among them could only unleash the strength of a God Emperor. In front of a reincarnation God Emperor like him, they were truly weak. He raised his hand, causing a large piece of divine light to intertwine, forming a divine energy wave that swept out. For a moment, the divine abilities and secret techniques executed by these people were all shattered. Furthermore, they were all sent flying while coughing out blood. This scene caused the ordinary disciples of this lineage to feel their hearts trembling. Even though the sect master and several Taoist elders of their lineage had their combat strength greatly reduced due to the Oblivion Dao Devil Chi and were only at the peak God Emperor realm, they were still saints at their peak. Even if their cultivation had temporarily fallen to the God Emperor realm, their combat strength was definitely not something ordinary peak God Emperors could compare with. But at this moment, they were actually sent flying by Lin Tianyi in the blink of an eye. This scene was slightly frightening. At the same time, Kongming sect master and the others who were sent flying stabilized their bodies. After recovering from their injuries, their expressions were ugly. They were both shocked and furious. They were shocked at how strong Lin Tian was. They were furious because they were the current sect master and Taoist elders of the Kongming Dao sect. They were originally saints, but at this moment their cultivation had been temporarily weakened due to the Oblivion Dao Devil Chi. They were actually sent flying while coughing out blood by a God Emperor Jr. This was truly too embarrassing. Damnable thing. The few of them clenched their fists. Their eyes became even colder. Their treasured light intertwined as they were about to act again. Enough. Dao Master Kongming spoke. His gaze landed on Lin Tian. He became even colder. "This isn't simple. You are merely an early-stage God Emperor. yet you can display such strength. Not bad. Very good. As he spoke, the celestial mountains where the dark sky Dao sect was located trembled. A seal flew out from the depths of the Dao sect, exuding an incomparably terrifying divine radiance. It was engraved with all sorts of mystical runes, exuding an astonishing Saint King-level aura. Saint King weapon. Whooshing crocodile's expression changed. At the same time, the white tiger was also moved. A Saint King weapon was extremely powerful. The seal interweaved with endless holy light that rushed out from the depths and hovered above Sect Master Kongming's head. What happened in the lower realm, what happened in the ancestral secret palace, and what happened today, I'll settle the score with you. Dao Master Kong Ming coldly said as he looked at Lin Tian. When he was in the lower realm, a strand of his divine soul was injured by Lin Tian, causing him to be humiliated. When he was in the ancestral secret palace, Lin Tian was together with the old scoundrel. Because of the old scoundrel, he was heavily injured and required 1,000 years to recover. Furthermore, everything in the ancestral secret palace had been snatched away. This was also counted as Lin Tian's fault. And now, Lin Tian had even barged into his dark sky Dao sect master clan. This caused his killing intent towards Lin Tian to become extremely dense. His gaze became cruel. Hong Long. Above his head, the seal trembled according to his thoughts. The Saint King-level treasure radiance interweaved and shook the surroundings. It directly pressed down on Lin Tian. The foundation saint weapon of my sect. It is sufficient to suppress this thief. Lord Sect Master previously mentioned that this filthy fog covering my sect is the oblivion Dao demonic qi. It will only corrode one's cultivation and Dao foundation temporarily. After spending some time, it will recover to its original state. We don't have to worry. Now, let's see how this thief will be suppressed to death by our ancestor. The group of ordinary dark sky Dao sect disciples stared at Lin Tian. There was anger in their eyes, but there was also a cold light. It was as if they were already looking at an ice-cold corpse. It was also at this moment that the seal interweaved with the Saint King-level treasure radiance arrived above Lin Tian's group and slowly pressed down. I won't kill you immediately. After I find out about that damned old man, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Dao Master Kong Ming said coldly. As the Saint King-level treasure pressed down, the surrounding space distorted. Lin Tian felt an intimidating pressure. The Saint King-level treasure was in the hands of Dao Master Kong Ming. Even though Dao Master Kong Ming could only unleash the cultivation of a half-step quasi-saint at this moment, it was completely impossible for him to block it with his current strength. After all, that was a Saint King-level treasure. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. With a slight thought, 7-colored light interweaved, and the divine sword in his sea of consciousness directly materialized. He held it and directly slashed down with it. Clang! The sword light clanged. As the sword slashed down, the dazzling 7-colored sword light shot out and pierced through the vast void. The fierce sword aura directly sealed off all directions. In the next moment, the sword light landed on the dark sky Dao Sect's Saint King-level treasure seal. Immediately there was a loud bang. The Saint King-level treasure seal trembled violently and was directly sent flying. Then there was a crisp cracking sound, and a crack appeared on the Saint King-level treasure seal. It was quite eye-catching. In an instant, Dao Master Kong Ming's expression changed drastically. You! At this moment, his gaze fell on the 7-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, and his eyes could not help but widen. No matter what, he did not expect Lin Tian to actually have such a powerful treasure. In Lin Tian's hand, it actually blasted away the dark sky Dao Sect's hidden Saint King-level treasure. Moreover, after a collision, a crack actually appeared on the Saint King-level treasure. At the same time, the dark sky Dao Sect Master and several supreme elders' expressions changed and all of them trembled. That sword, the group of ordinary dark sky Dao sect disciples also trembled. They originally thought that Lin Tian would be immediately suppressed after their patriarch took out the Saint King level treasure seal, but they did not expect the outcome to be like this. Lin Tian actually had a saint weapon that was even more powerful than a Saint King level treasure. Even the Wuxing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu were surprised. They did not expect Lin Tian to summon this divine sword at this time. It seems that summoning this sword is getting easier and easier. The Wuxing crocodile's eyes widened and then immediately became excited. This was because the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness was extremely terrifying. If he could summon it and use it frequently, it would naturally be a great thing, and it would help them easily solve many problems. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he held the seven-colored divine sword. Seven-colored light surrounded him, making him look like a seven-colored god. Before coming to the Dark Sky Dao sect, he had calculated everything, and naturally did not neglect the existence of a Saint King-level weapon in the Dark Sky Dao sect. Saint King-level weapons would not be corroded by the annihilation Dao demonic chi, and a divine emperor cultivator holding a Saint King-level weapon could threaten him, who was a divine emperor. And since he dared to come knowing this, he naturally had something to rely on. After his cultivation level entered the divine emperor level, the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness had always been active. He had calculated that he would be able to summon it when he came to the Dark Sky Dao sect. And with the grade of the seven-colored divine sword, it was definitely not just a Saint King-level weapon. Coupled with his divine emperor-level cultivation level and the annihilation Dao demonic vein, he could suppress the cultivation level of everyone in the Dark Sky Dao sect to that of a quasi-saint. In this way, even if the Dark Sky Dao sect had a Saint King-level weapon, he would not be afraid at all. Overall, he could completely suppress the Dark Sky Dao sect. I said, "You won't live today." He looked at the Dark Sky Dao sect master with a calm expression. Holding the seven-colored divine sword, he slashed it out again. P.S. From tomorrow until the 11th of this month, 3 chapters a day, to make up for the 7 chapters 10 for the new year, and 3 chapters of interest. Then, tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. I will give out a few hundred cash red packets on my WeChat official account to thank everyone for their continuous support. It can also be considered as spending the Lantern Festival with everyone. Everyone can add my WeChat official account and then happily spend the Lantern Festival and snatch red packets. Chapter 1997. Lin Tian wielded the seven-colored divine sword. With a simple slash, it caused the sky to shake violently. The sharp sword light slashed straight at Dao Lord Kong Ming. Taoist Master Kong Ming turned pale on the spot. Without any hesitation, he used his remaining half-step quasi-saint strength to activate his lineage's Saint Ruler Seal to meet the attack. The seven-colored sword light arrived in an instant and collided with the Saint Ruler Seal. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the Saint Ruler Seal was directly penetrated. Then, the seven-colored sword light did not slow down and pierced straight through Dao Master Kong Ming's chest. Saint blood splattered across the sky. How could this be? Dao Master Kong Ming and the others trembled, and their expressions changed. Their strongest saint's weapon had been pierced through so easily. Then, their strongest ancestor's chest had also been pierced through by that sword. Wuxing crocodile and white tiger were also shocked. They were once again shocked by the power of Lin Tian's divine sword. Even the little Taichu was no exception. The Saint Ruler weapon could not withstand a single blow from it. Is it really a supreme void sky divine weapon in its complete state? Wuxing crocodile trembled. Then he looked at the Saint Ruler seal that was penetrated and glared at Lin Tiandao. Kid, be careful with your strength. This is a Saint Ruler weapon. Its value is very high. Don't destroy it. Got it. Lin Tian nodded. His gaze fell on Dao Master Kong Ming. Holding the seven-colored divine sword, he walked calmly toward him. He came here today mainly to kill Dao Master Kongming, while Dao Master Kongming was heavily injured by the old hoodlum. Dao Lord Kongming's expression grew even colder and unsightly as he faced Lin Tian's approach. A mere God Emperor realm cultivator was actually pressuring a Saint King realm expert like him. Such an attitude caused him to feel both furious and uncomfortable. Raise all of your saint weapons. Attack together. He coldly ordered the Kongming sect's sect master and several grand elders. Yes, Patriarch. The Kongming sect leader and the others received the order, and powerful precious weapons emerged from their bodies, all of which were intertwined with saintly might. As saints and powerful cultivators of the great Dao sect, they all had saint-grade precious weapons. At this time, they all held up their weapons. Surging saint might surrounded this place, and the aura was somewhat frightening. Even a Saint King grade artifact can't do anything to me. Do you think a few more saint grade artifacts will be enough to reverse the situation? Lin Tan said calmly. As he spoke, he slashed out with the seven-colored divine sword again. With a clang, the seven-colored divine sword vibrated and released a seven-colored sword ray that filled the sky. It turned into a rain of seven-colored sword rays that swept across the area. For a time, besides Dao Lord Kongming, who had a Saint King treasure to protect himself, the Kongming sect's master and the others were blasted flying. Moreover, their saint-level treasures were blasted flying as well, and they smashed numerous mountains into pieces. Sect master, grand elders. The group of ordinary Kongming Dao sect disciples all trembled when they saw the scene. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. He looked at the saint-grade artifacts that were smashed into the mountains. He directly raised his hand and took advantage of the time when the owners of these saint-grade artifacts were sent flying and had yet to stand up. He used the weapon control technique to grab these artifacts. "Aunt, how dare you snatch the artifacts?" A cold voice sounded. Sect Master Kongming made his move. He activated the Saint King grade artifact seal and once again pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi had been paying attention to him all this time. He held the seven-colored divine sword and simply slashed out with it. With a clang, the seven-colored sword ray flew over and directly sent Sect Master Kongming flying again. At the same time, he used the weapon control technique and grabbed the saint-grade artifacts of Sect Master Kongming and the others. With the power of the seven-colored divine sword, he directly erased the other people's spiritual imprints on the artifacts. Then, he stored all the artifacts into his own body. Saint-grade artifacts. I got a few of them at once. I've struck gold. Wuxing Crocodile seemed to be a little excited. The expressions of Sect Master Kongming and the others became extremely ugly. They were even more shocked and angry. Their saint-grade artifacts had been snatched away in an instant. "Damn you!" Again. Sect Master Kongming roared. He couldn't help but charge directly at Lin Tian. He used his Phantom Saint energy to kill everything and grabbed at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian glanced at this person. The seven-colored divine sword in his hand vibrated slightly and immediately sent this person flying again. Then, his gaze fell on Sect Master Kongming again. He took a step forward and closed in on him. He held the rainbow divine sword in his hand, and with a slight thought, a vast and awe-inspiring sword might immediately surged out. He held this sword and left behind afterimages with every step he took, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Dao Lord Kongming. Clang! The sound of the sword filled the sky. He held the divine sword and slashed down at Sect Master Kongming, cutting open the void. Sect Master Kongming used the Saint King grade artifact seal to resist with all his might. However, he was instantly sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. At the same time, another crack appeared on the Saint King grade artifact seal. It was sent flying along with Sect Master Kongming. Lin Tian raised his hand and used the weapon manipulation technique. With the power of the seven-colored divine sword, he took the sect master Kong Ming's artifact seal into his hand in the blink of an eye. With the power of the seven-colored divine sword, he wiped away the other person's spiritual imprint on it in an instant. Sect Master Kong Ming stabilized his body. When he saw that the Saint King Grade artifact seal had been snatched away, he was as shocked and angry as Sect Master Kong Ming, and his entire body shone brightly. After stabilizing his body, he immediately pounced at Lin Tian. In response, Lin Tian directly used a sword move. This sword move was stronger than the previous ones. It was enough to instantly kill an ordinary quasi-saint. Uft! The seven-colored sword light pierced through and smashed Sect Master Kong Ming into pieces. Blood sprinkled down like rain. However, this attack didn't kill Sect Master Kong Ming. His flesh and blood wriggled and quickly reassembled his body. You actually didn't die, as expected of a Saint King powerhouse. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Sect Master Kong Ming had been severely injured by the old hoodlum. In addition, he had been contaminated by the oblivion demonic qi. Now he could at most unleash the strength of a half-step quasi-saint. Under such circumstances, he actually survived the attack of the seven-colored divine sword that could kill a quasi-saint with his God Emperor cultivation. Sect Master Kong Ming was shocked and angry. A junior whose cultivation was far lower than his, had injured him several times at this time. Then he actually spoke to him in such a manner, as if an emperor was looking down on him. This made him extremely uncomfortable, and he clenched his fists tightly. Just you wait. In the end, he spat out these 3 words and directly turned into a beam of light, fleeing out of the Kongming Dao sect. Now, although he had endless killing intent towards Lin Tian in his heart, he was also very clear about the situation. In his current state, even if he combined the strength of the entire Kongming Dao sect, it was impossible for him to be a match for Lin Tian, who wielded the seven-colored divine sword. If he stayed and fought head-on, only death would await him. In such a situation, only escaping would give him a chance to survive, and he had absolute confidence in his speed. This was because he had an extraordinary movement technique. Originally, his cultivation was at the Saint King level, although his cultivation had dropped to the half-step quasi-saint level now. Relying on that movement technique and his accumulation of the Saint King level, the current him was definitely not inferior to an ordinary quasi-saint in terms of speed. With a speed that was not inferior to an ordinary quasi-saint's, he believed that Lin Tian, who was only at the God Emperor level, could not catch up to him. And if Lin Tian could not catch up to him, even if Lin Tian had such a terrifying divine sword in his hand, it would be useless. Your head and the sword in your hand will all belong to this lord. Everyone related to you will die in the future. A cold voice floated out from his mouth. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he had crossed an endless distance. P.S. Today is the annual Lantern Festival. This dragon wishes my brothers and sisters all the best and a happy family. Then, today's second update will be around 21 p.m., and the third update will be around 22 p.m. Chapter 1998. Dao Master Kongming's speed was astonishingly fast. In just an instant, he had stepped out of the Kongming Dao sect's territory. This speed is absolutely comparable to a quasi-sage. The white tiger was moved. This old guy can clearly only unleash the strength of a half-step quasi-sage now, but his speed is so fast. At the same time, all the disciples of the Kongming Dao sect trembled when they saw this scene. Lord Dao Master, these disciples found it hard to believe that the most powerful person in their sect had actually fled at this time. Lin Tian looked at the fleeing Dao Master Kongming. His expression did not change, but it became colder. In the next moment, he moved. He circulated the reincarnation forging soul technique, and 10 times his strength instantly superimposed. Then he used the duality steps and seemed to disappear from this world in an instant. The next moment, he appeared outside the Kongmingdao sect. This speed. The white tiger's eyes widened. It's actually several times faster than that old guy. Almost as soon as it finished speaking, Lin Tian had already stepped far away and directly blocked Dao Master Kongming's path. How is this possible? Dao Master Kongming immediately turned pale. His current speed was definitely not something a God Emperor could compare to. But now Lin Tian, a God Emperor, had caught up to him in the blink of an eye and blocked his path. Lin Tian blocked in front of this person, his voice calm and cold. I said, "Your ending today is death." As he spoke, he raised the Rainbow Divine sword in his hand and slashed down with absolute killing intent. Clang! An ear-piercing sword cry shook the sky. A rainbow sword light that was hundreds of feet long condensed and slashed the sky. Facing this destructive sword, Dao Master Kongming's expression immediately changed. He could not help but shout, "Stop, stop, poof!" The rainbow sword light slashed down as expected. A bloody mist exploded, instantly annihilating everything. For a time, this place became much quieter. Hey, this old guy tried to kill us with just a wisp of his divine soul back then. He wanted to suppress the little Tai Chu and almost succeeded. After that, he even sent a few god kings to the lower realm to kill Brat Lin. Who would have thought that he would end up like this? Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Within the Kongmingdao sect, the other cultivators trembled even more violently. How is this possible? Lord Dao Lord, he was actually all of the Kongmingdao sect's disciples, including the Kongmingdao sect's sect master and the others who had recovered from their injuries, paled. The strongest expert of their bloodline in this era had been killed just like that. Damn it! Damn it! The Dark Sky sect master clenched his fists in anger. Originally, the Kongmingdao sect's sect master was extremely powerful. However, not long ago, the Kongmingdao sect's sect master was injured outside. His strength had greatly decreased, and he no longer had the strength of a Saint King. Moreover, some of the other sect's experts had died. He and the other Grand Elders were originally saints, and the sect had a protective array. However, Lin Tian used the rare Oblivion Demon Vein as a weapon, causing all of them to be unable to display their peak combat strength. The protective array was also corroded and temporarily unable to be activated. All of their strengths could not be displayed. From the beginning to the end, they had been suppressed by Lin Tian, who was far weaker than them. Now, even the strongest ancestor of their bloodline had been killed. This result made them feel aggrieved. None of them could accept it, and their hearts were filled with rage. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Outside the Kongmingdao sect, Lin Tian moved and stepped back into the Kongmingdao sect in the blink of an eye. Thief! The Kongmingdao sect's sect master roared as he rushed over. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, he charged towards Lin Tian. At the same time, the other Grand Elders of the Kongmingdao sect also rushed over, their faces filled with murderous intent. Their Kongmingdao sect had been passed down for countless years. Now, a divine emperor cultivator had barged into their sect and acted so wantonly, and they could not stop him. This was something that they could not accept, and they almost went crazy. Lin Tian frowned. After pausing for a moment, he raised the seven-colored divine sword again. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, the seven-colored divine sword slashed down forcefully. He had only come here to kill the Kongmingdao sect's sect master and take the Kongmingdao sect's cultivation resources. He had not thought of killing anyone else. Otherwise, there would have been a large number of Kongmingdao sect's disciples dying tragically since he had come here. It would be impossible for him to only kill the Kongmingdao sect's sect master until now. But now he had changed his mind. These people were crazy for wanting to kill him. Moreover, their strength was not ordinary. He did not want to let them go. Since they wanted to kill him, then he would kill them. With a clang, the seven-colored killing light descended like the Milky Way instantly covering the Kongming Dao sect's sect master and the others. The sharp sword might directly suppressed everything. Ah! A bloody mist exploded along with a blood-curdling scream. In just an instant, the Kongming Dao sect's sect master and the supreme elders were all slashed into pieces. At the same time, their spiritual bodies were not preserved. Under Lin Tian's seven-colored divine sword that was filled with killing intent, they were completely obliterated. This time, the entire Kongming Dao sect was dead silent. The group of ordinary elders, deacons, and disciples of the Kongming Dao sect were all terrified and could not stop trembling. Lin Tian tilted his head and swept his gaze across the group of cultivators in the Kongming Dao sect. He paused for a moment and said, "If you don't want to die, leave this place. If you want to die, stay." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of cultivators in the Kongming Dao sect could not help but tremble again. In the next moment, the group of cultivators moved together and rushed out of the Kongming Dao sect. Their speed was many times faster than usual. At this time, these people understood the meaning behind Lin Tian's words. He would not start a massacre. As long as they left the Kongming Dao sect, he would attack them. Therefore, why would these people foolishly stay here? After all, their sect master, and supreme elder were all dead. No matter what, they were no match for Lin Tian. Under such circumstances, there was no point in foolishly staying behind to die. Preserving their lives was the most valuable thing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. After a few dozen breaths, all the Kongming Dao sect's disciples, deacons, and elders had left the Kongming Dao sect and shot further away. Soon, they all disappeared from the sight of Lin Tian and the others. They ran really fast. Whooshing Crocodile said. The white tiger rolled his eyes. "Can't they run faster?" Lin Tian did not mind. His gaze swept across some special places in the Kongming Dao sect. Search for the rare treasures accumulated by this sect. Hearing his words, the whooshing crocodile and the white tiger's eyes lit up. "Move!" The whooshing crocodile howled. Chapter 1999. The Kongming Dao Master, and the grand elders of this branch were all killed by Lin Tian. The other ordinary elders, deacons, and disciples of the Kongming Dao sect had all fled. The vast Kongming Dao sect was very quiet for a moment. It's really big. The largest immortal court we established in the immortal domain is not even a corner of this place. The whooshing crocodile clicked his tongue and said, Lin Tian didn't say anything. He brought the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu into the Kongming Dao sect. He walked towards the treasury of this branch and soon took out many rare treasures. Among them there was a holy venerable level ancient scripture, thousands of quasi-saint level artifacts, and a lot of exotic Baodan natural treasures and Lingjing. Their value could be said to be shocking. We're rich. The white tiger's eyes lit up and almost drooled. With all the rare treasures they collected in the Kongming Dao sect, the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu could all reach the deity emperor realm in a very short time. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. He took all the treasures in the Kongming Dao sect. He took the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the white tiger into the sky and activated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning art. Blinding lightning struck down one after another. After a few dozen breaths, the Kongming Dao sect's mountain range and ancient palace were all split into pieces. The vast Kongming Dao sect was turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. Smoke and dust rose from the ground. He glanced at the ruins of the Kongming Dao sect and left with the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the white tiger. Not long after, they crossed a great distance. After a few hours, they entered a relatively ordinary mountain range. He found an extremely secluded place in this mountain range and set up one concealment formation after another. After that, he took out all the extraordinary Baodan and natural treasures he obtained from the Kongming Dao sect that could improve his cultivation. Moon scale grass, illusion flame plant, Lamin shadow mark pellet, 9 heavens jade dew ointment, phoenix spirit soul returning fruit. They are all useful for cultivators below the great supreme God realm. After you absorb them, you should be able to reach the peak of the divine emperor realm. The amount of heavenly and earthly treasures in Baodan was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. He took them all out and placed them in front of the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu. Refine, refine, refine. Whooshing crocodile became excited and immediately operated the ancient scriptures with the white tiger and little taichu to refine these immortal plants and Baodan. For a moment, 3 different kinds of treasure splendor intertwined in this place, and the essence, energy, and spirit of all 3 of them rose rapidly. Lin Tian stood aside quietly to protect them. Just like that, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month later, the moon scale grass, illusion flame plant, Lamin shadow mark pellet, 9 heavens jade dew ointment, and phoenix spirit soul returning fruit were all refined by the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu. Their cultivation improved greatly, and just as Lin Tian expected, they all reached the peak of the great supreme God realm. Awesome! This is awesome! The white tiger was excited. In just 3 months, the whooshing crocodile, and the little taichu had all advanced by a whole realm. The whooshing crocodile was also very excited. In the past, the chaotic realm was its limit, but now it was about to reach the great supreme God realm. Thinking about it, it felt like a dream. Only the little taichu was not excited. It blinked its big eyes. Even though it had been born for so long, it still looked like a child. At this moment, Lin Tian flicked his finger, and 3 rays of treasure light flew out. They were a pagoda, a saber, and a shield. They were all saint-grade precious weapons. They were taken from the Kongming sect master and the others. He took out 3 of them and gave 1 each to the whooshing crocodile, the little taichu, and the white tiger. As for the other Baodan, ancient scriptures, and divine weapons, we have no use for them. We'll bring them back to the immortal court in the future, he said with a smile. After bringing these treasures back to the immortal court, the combat strength of our immortal court will have another shocking change. The whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Divine radiance intertwined and wiped out the great formations engraved in this place. He left with the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu. Soon after, their group traveled far into the distance. After several hours passed, they crossed several dozen immortal mountain ranges in succession. Where are we going next? The white tiger asked Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, We'll find a place with abundant spiritual energy and divine qi to let the sacred domain grow. The growth of the sacred domain required a lot of spiritual energy. In order for the sacred domain to grow, abundant spiritual energy was very necessary. One of the most important reasons he entered the celestial void realm was to absorb the abundant spiritual energy and divine qi in the celestial void realm so that the sacred domain could grow quickly. This was because the sacred domain was evolved from the world seed. It was very meaningful. At the end of evolving the sacred domain, he might be able to obtain a power that was even stronger than order. This was undoubtedly very tempting. The whooshing crocodile said, a place with abundant spiritual energy and divine qi. Let's ask a few heaven realm cultivators about this. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of a sword reverberated, suddenly interrupting its words. In the distance, a sword ray slashed over. It was incomparably fierce and contained a tyrannical saint's might, causing the group to be shocked. Lin Tian acted immediately. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun, and golden divine light enveloped the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu. He moved several thousand feet away to avoid this fierce sword. Then he tilted his head and looked in the direction where the sword ray came from. There, 7 figures appeared. Their bodies were mixed with saint-level waves, and they were wearing the same black robes. Found them. They're related to those sinners. Suppress them and search their consciousness directly. Find traces of those sinners. Take back the lost stone key. The 7 people's eyes were cold. Some time ago, Lin Tian displayed the unique divine technique of Ao, Jian Tinzuin, and the others. News of him being related to Ao, Jian Tinzuin, and the others had already spread to many places. Many branches of the celestial court found out, and many experts were sent to search for him. These 7 people were the experts of the celestial court. At this moment, even though the 7 people could see that Lin Tian and the others' cultivation was only at the celestial emperor realm, they still attacked at the same time and pressed over together. This was because those who were related to those sinners involved a lot of people. They had to suppress them at the first possible moment. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed, hearing these 7 people's words. He naturally guessed their origins in an instant. Moreover, he also saw through the intertwining auras of the 7 people's bodies. They're all at the 9th heaven of the quasi-saint realm. It was also at this moment that the 7 people directly pressed forward with a rumble. 7 waves of saint power completely sealed off the surroundings. He, the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu were all suppressed by the saint power in the blink of an eye. Their bodies were all in pain. However, his expression did not change at all. He was not afraid at all. Then, in the next moment, his thoughts moved slightly. A treasure seal rushed out of his body, intertwining with dense divine inscriptions. It immediately exuded an extremely dense Saint King aura. Under his control, it faced the 7 people. This is a Saint King weapon. He has a Saint King weapon. Chapter 2000. As soon as the Saint King precious weapon appeared, the Saint King's aura was vast and mighty, causing the 7 secondary saints of the celestial court to turn pale. The 7 of them were now at the 9th heaven of the secondary saint realm, and their cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's. However, after Lin Tian used the Saint King precious weapon with his godly emperor cultivation, the power was definitely not something a secondary saint could withstand. Retreat first. Among the 7, the one in the middle said in a low voice. He quickly retreated and chose to leave at a very fast speed. Immediately after, the other 6 quasi-saints followed suit and retreated along the path they had come from. Lin Tian looked at the backs of the 7 people as they left. He activated the reincarnation forging mind technique and instantly increased his battle strength tenfold. His speed also increased tenfold. Using the yin-yang steps, he stopped the 7 people in the blink of an eye. "Since you're here, there's no reason to leave again," he said calmly, and the Saint King precious seal pressed down. With a rumble, the void in all directions collapsed immediately. It could not withstand the Saint King precious weapon that was activated with tenfold battle strength. The 7 secondary saints of the celestial court attacked with all their might. Saint power surged as they met the attack together. However, they could not withstand it at all. The saint power that they released was crushed by the Saint King precious seal in the blink of an eye. Then the precious seal bloomed with saint light and sent the 7 people flying with loud bangs. Each of them coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Tian stepped forward, using the yin-yang steps tenfold. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the 7 people who were flying. Without any unnecessary movements, he shook the precious seal and pressed it down directly. Poof! One of them was hit by the precious seal and exploded on the spot. Only his spirit survived and quickly escaped. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He activated the heavenly sword manual with the precious seal and slashed out a brilliant sword ray, slashing at the spirit. This person instantly revealed a horrified expression, and his flying speed increased by a few notches. However, the sword ray that Lin Tian released was even faster. In the blink of an eye, it slashed in front of the spirit and went straight through it. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. This person's soul was pierced through, and he disappeared on the spot. When the other 6 celestial court quasi-saints saw the scene, they were both shocked and furious, as expected of someone who is closely related to those criminals. How dare he kill us celestial court cultivators? Lin Tian spat. You came to kill me, but you don't allow me to kill you? He maintained the seal and pressed it towards the 6 people. Furthermore, there's no need to be surprised. I've killed people from the celestial court before. This isn't the first time. You insolent thing. The 6 of them had ugly expressions. So what if I'm arrogant? Can you bite me? Lin Tian remained calm. The Saint Ruler's seal, under his 10-fold battle prowess, bloomed with dazzling holy light, like a divine sun pressing down. With a rumble, the majestic aura froze the space in all directions, directly enveloping all 6 of them. For a moment, the 6 of them were sent flying at the same time. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the seal pressed down, crashing into one of them, directly destroying his body and soul. Now his cultivation was at the God-Tharch realm, and his strength was enough to deal with a half-step quasi-saint, in addition to his 10-fold battle prowess. Even if he were to battle with an ordinary quasi-saint, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. With the support of such battle prowess, and with the use of a Saint King-grade artifact, the battle prowess he could unleash was even enough to fight with an early-stage saint. A few peak quasi-saints wouldn't be able to stop him in this state. Clang! The seal vibrated, and he once again used it to execute the heaven ascending sword. Dense heaven ascending sword light once again enveloped the other 5 people. Uft! 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 In the blink of an eye, another 3 people were penetrated, unable to withstand the Saint Ruler power in the Saint Ruler seal, and their bodies and souls were all destroyed. In the blink of an eye, only one of the 7 celestial court quasi-saints remained. Lin Tian stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of this person, directly suppressing him with the seal, making it hard for him to move. The stone key that those 9 people snatched can open a stone door in a forbidden land. What's behind that stone door? He asked. He didn't have time to ask the UMO back then. Later on, he had asked the old ruffian, but the old guy didn't know. He felt that the people from the celestial court should know something. I don't know. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. There was fear in the eyes of this quasi-saint from the celestial court, but he was also very unyielding. He gritted his teeth and said, You sinner, don't be complacent. There are many elites from the celestial court hunting you and those 9 sinners. There just happens to be a Saint King nearby, and he will definitely detect this place very soon. All of you will die without a burial. Shut up. Lin Tian's fist landed on this person's abdomen, forcefully interrupting the latter part of his words, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Immediately after, he released a wisp of divine thought of the origin and directly entered this person's consciousness to search for what he wanted to know. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. He withdrew the divine thought of the origin and pressed down with the Saint King level seal, directly suppressing this person's body and soul. How is it? What did you find? Wuxing Crocodile stepped forward and asked. Lin Tian shook his head. This quasi-saint from the celestial court really didn't know what was behind the stone door in that ancient land. As far as he knows, in the celestial court, only elites above the Saint King level know a little about that stone door. He said, Saint King, the white tiger looked at Lin Tian and said, Can you still use that sword of yours now? Just now, that guy seemed to have said that there was a Saint King from the celestial court nearby. With that sword, you can suppress that Saint King and interrogate him. Then you can get, suppress this king and interrogate him. Can you do that? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded and interrupted the white tiger's words. Not far away, a purple-robed elder appeared and walked over step by step. The Saint King level pressure was surging and intimidating. He was at the 9th heaven of the Saint King level. Lin Tian was immediately moved. Previously, the quasi-saint from the celestial court had said that there was a celestial court saint king nearby and that he would discover them very soon. He didn't expect that this saint king would appear in the blink of an eye. "Go," he said in a low voice. He activated the reincarnation forging mind technique and increased his strength by 10 times. He used it to activate the duality steps and brought the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and little Taichu with him, directly fleeing into the distance. A 9th heaven saint king was definitely not someone they could contend against. Even if they summoned the divine sword in their sea of consciousness, it would be useless. The difference in cultivation was too great. Moreover, he had no way of summoning the divine sword at this moment. He increased his strength by 10 times extremely quickly and brought the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and the white tiger far away in the blink of an eye. The purple-robed Saint King's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and instantly appeared behind Lin Tianyi and the others. He directly reached out his hand and covered Lin Tian and the others. The pressure of a peak Saint King was extremely frightening. Lin Tianji felt his entire body turn cold. He directly propped up his Saint Domain to protect his group. At the same time, he activated the Saint King seal with 10 times his battle strength and blasted out a powerful attack. A Saint King weapon, very good. Chapter 2001. It was very difficult for a normal Saint King cultivator to have their own Saint King weapon. Even the strongest cultivator in a sect, like Sect Master Kong Ming, did not have his own Saint King weapon. He only had a treasure left behind by his ancestor. Therefore, when he saw Lin Tian take out the Saint King seal, the purple-robed Saint King was tempted. His eyes flashed, and he wanted to take it. The Saint King light surrounded him and broke apart Lin Tian's attack with the Saint King seal. He continued to grab at Lin Tian. Lin Tian used the reincarnation forging spirit technique to increase his combat strength by 10-fold. He used the Saint King seal to launch another round of attacks, which pressed down on the purple-robed Saint King. During this process, he did not stop at all. He used his 10-fold strength to push his speed to the limit. While using the Saint Domain to protect his body, he took the whooshing crocodile, white tiger, and little Taichu and quickly escaped into the distance. The purple-robed Saint King snorted coldly. He broke apart Lin Tian's attack with a palm and quickly chased after the group again. "You can't escape." This person's voice was cold. Saint light intertwined around his body, forming a saint rain that pierced towards Lin Tianyi and the others. Lin Tian used the Saint Domain to protect his body. As he flew, he used the Saint King seal to attack the purple-robed Saint King again. At the same time, a cauldron rushed out of his body. It was a Saint King weapon that he had taken from the Kongming sect master. At this time, he directly injected his divine power into it, causing the Saint Chi inside to become chaotic. He threw it at the purple-robed Saint King. "Explode," he said in a low voice and formed a seal. Suddenly, the Saint Chi emitted by the cauldron became extremely chaotic and exploded. The destructive Chi was like a surging Milky Way, pressing down on the purple-robed Saint King. At the same time, he did not stop. He took the whooshing crocodile, white tiger, and little Taichu and continued to fly. The destruction of a saint-level treasure artifact was extremely frightening, but it was not enough to threaten a 9th heavenly layer saint ruler. He knew this very well. At this time, he detonated a saint-level precious weapon just to create some interference for the purple-robed Saint King so that they could escape more easily. With a whoosh, he took the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu, and in the blink of an eye, they were already extremely far away. Boom! Behind him, the saint power surged, and a great palm print of holy light appeared, shattering all the destructive power of the cauldron's self-destruction. The purple-robed saint was unaffected, but his eyes had become colder. A divine emperor cultivator had actually detonated a saint-level precious weapon to interfere with his actions. He had to say that this was somewhat extravagant. He, a dignified peak Saint King, did not have the capital to do such a thing. He was not rich enough to casually detonate a saint-level precious weapon to interfere with his enemy. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Most importantly, Lin Tian had succeeded in stopping him for at least 3 breaths. "Ant." His voice was cold. He moved his feet and chased after him again. At this time, Lin Tian took the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu and crossed dozens of mountains and were very far away. Shook him off. The white tiger's heart palpitated. Lin Tian shook his head, although he had shaken off the purple-robed Saint King just now, and at this time he could not even see the other party's figure behind him. However, his divine consciousness could sense the other party's aura, and it was quickly closing in on them. Before long, they would be caught up again. The whooshing crocodile frowned. What should we do? With their current strength, it was impossible for them to stop a peak Saint King. It could be said that they were doomed. Lin Tian frowned and pondered. After pausing for a moment, he gritted his teeth and changed direction, heading south. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. He took the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu and walked very far away. The surrounding ancient trees and vegetation gradually became very thin, and the spiritual fluctuations also became very thin. A valley appeared. As far as the eye could see, the valley was intertwined with a hazy gray fog. It was like the fog of death, and it gave people a cold feeling. Just looking at it made people feel as if their souls were about to be swallowed, and it made people feel a chill down their backs. "Kid, where is this?" The whooshing crocodile was moved. 10,000 Death Valley. Rumor has it that a few void sky, rank existences have died there. Lin Tianandao. A few void sky, rank existences have died there. The whooshing crocodile immediately trembled, and then his expression changed again. "Kid, don't tell me you're thinking of jumping into 10,000 Death Valley at this time?" "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. Previously, when he searched the knowledge sea of the Celestial Court's second sage, he learned that there was such a dangerous place nearby that even void sky, rank existences did not dare to enter easily. At this time, he was being chased by a peak Saint King, so he wanted to use this place to deal with the other party. The white tiger could not help but tremble. This don't act recklessly, kid. This place is too dangerous. Not to mention the fact that a few void sky, rank existences have died, mentioned by Lin Tian. At this time, just looking at it from the outside made it feel as if its soul was about to be swallowed. It could clearly feel that the inside of this place was very dangerous. "There's no other way. If we don't go in, it will be more dangerous for us. It's a dead end." Lin Tianandao. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger immediately froze, because Lin Tian was right. Although this 10,000 Death Valley was very dangerous, there was still a 10% chance of survival. However, if they did not go in and use this place to deal with the purple-robed Saint King, they would easily fall into the purple-robed Saint King's hands and die. At this time, the void rumbled as the purple-robed Saint King's figure appeared behind them and caught up. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger looked back and immediately trembled. Lin Tian also saw the purple-robed Saint King and did not stop at all. He directly led the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little taichu into 10,000 Death Valley and were instantly submerged in the gray fog. The purple-robed Saint King chased them to this place and saw this scene. Seeing the valley filled with gray fog, he was immediately moved. Obviously, he also knew how dangerous this place was and that several void sky realm existences had died here. Standing outside 10,000 Death Valley, he hesitated for a moment. He took a step forward but then retreated. After all, this valley was really dangerous. As such, he hesitated in this place. In the blink of an eye, a dozen breaths passed. After a dozen breaths passed, he finally gritted his teeth and stepped into 10,000 Death Valley. Although this place was dangerous, Lin Tian was related to the 9 sinners. Once he was suppressed, the higher-ups would definitely reward him handsomely. At the very least, it would be a sovereign-grade ancient scripture. Such a reward was undoubtedly very tempting. Lin Tian led the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. At this time, they had already stepped into 10,000 Death Valley. The air was extremely cold, with a chill that seemed to be able to freeze everything. That old bastard also chased in. Whooshing crocodile cursed. He sensed that the purple-robed Saint King's aura had also appeared in this valley and was approaching them. Lin Tian naturally also sensed this and said in a deep voice, "Go deeper." 10,000 Death Valley's aura was cold and the terrain was very complex. There were some special earth vein patterns intertwined. Using these earth vein patterns, he led the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu to move and contend with the purple-robed Saint King. Soon, they had crossed another few thousand feet. Suddenly, huge skeletons appeared one after another in front of them. There were humans and beasts, but they still had some remnant auras. One of the demonic beast skeletons had a wisp of void sky realm aura. There really are such existences that died here. Chapter 2002. The white tiger trembled, and so did the whooshing crocodile. Even the little Taichu's eyes widened. Although they had heard from Lin Tian that a few void sky realm experts had died in 10,000 War Valley, seeing the skeleton of a void sky realm expert in this valley still made their hearts palpitate. After all, there was a big difference between seeing it with their own eyes and hearing about it from others. Lin Tian was also shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. "He's coming, let's go." He glanced behind him and called out to the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu. Using the terrain of the valley, they continued to move deeper into the valley. At this time, he felt the aura of the purple-robed Holy King rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, a full quarter of an hour passed. After a quarter of an hour, the man and the three beasts had walked very far into the valley. Along the way, they did not encounter any evil spirits or vicious beasts, nor did they encounter any great dangers. However, the air was getting colder and colder, and even a little heavy. It was as if there was a galaxy pressing down on this place, and it was about to fall, making them feel suffocated. "Brat, are we still going to go deeper?" Lord Tiger feels like I'm going to collapse." The white tiger panted, "Yeah." The little Taichu opened and closed its mouth from time to time. At this time, it also felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Tian frowned. At this time, he also felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if a piece of the sky was pressing down on his shoulders. Even with the support of his Saint Domain, it was difficult to isolate this uncomfortable feeling. He opened his mouth and said, "Continue, that person is about to catch up. There's no need to continue." A cold voice sounded, interrupting his words. Behind them, the purple-robed Holy King finally caught up at this time. His entire body was covered in holy light as he stared at Lin Tian and the others. *CK, this old thing." The white tiger cursed. Lin Tian did not say anything. He used his Saint Domain to protect himself, the white tiger, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu as they continued to move deeper into the valley. The purple-robed Holy King coldly snorted and raised his right hand. Holy light intertwined and pressed down on Lin Tian and the others. Holy might intertwined, and it was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the Holy King's head fell. Lin Tian used his divine domain to protect himself, and the reincarnation forging spirit art was constantly circulating. He used the dragon burial scripture with 10 times the strength to connect with some of the natural forces in 10,000 War Valley and block the opponent's holy light. Boom! With a rumble, he used the power of the natural layout to block his opponent's holy force. Then he led the whooshing crocodile, white tiger, and little Taichu deeper into Thousand Death Valley. At this time, although he had borrowed some of the power of the earth veins in the valley to block the other party's attack, he had barely managed to block it. Moreover, this was the result of the other party not using his full strength. As for himself, he had already fully displayed his pinnacle level power. Therefore, he did not dare to stop and could only continue to run. An ant that only knows how to run. The purple-robed, holy king's face was very dark. He stepped forward and chased after Lin Tian. At the same time, he could not help but frown. I didn't encounter any dangers, as I expected. But what's with the aura in the valley? After entering Thousand Death Valley, he did not encounter any terrifying dangers. However, the deeper he went into the valley, the more oppressive the air became. His strength was greatly suppressed, and it was difficult for him to display the power of a holy king. I have to suppress him quickly, and that little thing beside him seems to be a descendant of the immortal spirit royal family. His eyes were intertwined with a shocking, holy light. Lin Tian led the whooshing crocodile, white tiger, and little Taichu. With the protection of his holy domain, he had already traveled far away. The air became heavier and heavier, and the layout of the earth veins became more and more complicated. Moreover, more skeletons appeared. Among them, there were a few void sky-level skeletons. It looked very terrifying. Kid, Lord Tiger feels that if we continue, it seems like we will die at any time. The white tiger said. In front of them, the gray fog became thicker. One could only vaguely see that there were many huge mountains in the fog. There was no vegetation on the mountains, and they were all red rocks. It was very desolate, but there was a faintly discernible and terrifying aura intertwined in that area. It was as if there was a peerless, ferocious beast that could devour the world lying there. Lin Tian frowned. Naturally, he could see that the area in front of them was very scary. However, at this time he shook his head. No, that person is coming. If we stop, we will only be... Boom! A beam of holy light pierced through from behind. It was extremely fast, and it interrupted Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian supported his holy domain and used the duality steps with 10 times his strength. He moved horizontally and dodged the beam of holy light. The purple-robed, holy king caught up again. The holy light outside his body became thicker, and strands of holy runes floated. That's enough. I won't give you any more chances to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the holy runes floating outside his body moved. They intertwined with an aura that could imprison all things. It was obviously a special sealing divine art that he had been preparing. At this time, it spread out in all directions and completely sealed the space around Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian's expression changed. At this time, with them as the center, the space within a radius of 100 feet was completely sealed. At this time, they were directly trapped in this area. The purple-robed, holy king snorted coldly. He took a step forward and closed in on Lin Tian and the others. At this time, the space here was sealed by his holy king-grade Dao runes. Lin Tian and the others no longer had any possibility of escaping. He did not need to care anymore. He only needed to leisurely suppress the group and then leave Thousand Death Valley. He sneered and walked towards Lin Tian and the others. Holy light intertwined around his body. His saint power lingered in this space. It's over. Whooshing Crocodile was on the verge of tears. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and quickly thought of various ways to deal with the situation in front of him. In the end, he could only think of one way to self-destruct the Holy King seal that he had obtained from the Kongming Dao sect. The self-destruction of a Holy King weapon would definitely be able to solve the crisis in front of them. Thinking of this, seeing that the other party was constantly approaching, he directly raised the Holy King seal and channeled a large amount of divine power into it. He twisted the divine power and began to guide the Holy King weapon to self-destruct. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up in the thick gray fog behind them. It was somewhat cold. There, in the hazy gray fog, a pair of eyes as large as a house suddenly appeared. It was frighteningly deep. Such a scene was naturally seen by Lin Tian and the others, and they could not help but tremble. Even the powerful purple-robed Holy King could not help but tremble. He stopped in his tracks toward Lin Tian and the others. Those eyes were too frightening. It was as if they had seen through everything in the world. It was as if one look could tear everything apart. The eyes, as large as a house, looked in their direction. They were deep and cold. "Get out!" A cold voice came from the huge eyes. It shook the entire Thousand Death Valley. An even stronger gust of wind swept over, enveloping Lin Tian and the others, as well as the purple-robed Holy King. It was obvious that it wanted to sweep them out of Thousand Death Valley. However, in the next moment, this wanton gust of wind suddenly dissipated. Chapter 2003. Its eyes were as huge as a house, and its gaze fell on the whooshing crocodile in Lin Tian's group without blinking. This action was naturally seen by Lin Tian and the others. Brother crocodile, it seems to be looking at you. You. When did you provoke it?" The white tiger trembled. Whooshing crocodile met the gaze of the huge eyes, and the scales all over its body could not help but stand up. After listening to the white tiger's words, its heart palpitated and it was angry. Provoke my ass! This is the first time Lord Crocodile has come to the heaven realm. Lin Tian was naturally moved as well. He noticed that the fierce eyes were looking at whooshing crocodile, but he did not know what the other party meant. He became extremely vigilant, and the light emitted from his holy domain became even stronger. Yeah. Little Taichu opened its big eyes and stared vigilantly at the fierce eyes. Not far away, the purple-robed Holy King also saw the strange look of the fierce eyes, but he did not dare to make a move. This pair of eyes terrified him, and his soul felt like it was about to crack. It was extremely uncomfortable. The gray fog lingered in front, and the gaze of the huge eyes fell on whooshing crocodile. Gradually, the surrounding fog dissipated, causing that place to become clear, revealing the fierce eye's true form. It was an incomparably huge exotic beast, shaped like a crocodile. It was at least 100 feet tall, and its body was covered with 5 colored scales. It had a pair of huge wings, and the edges of the wings were intertwined with 5-colored luster. Lin Tian was immediately moved, and his pupils could not help but constrict. Yeah. Little Taichu stared. White Tiger's eyes also widened, and it was completely shocked by the other party's appearance. Then, in the next moment, one man and 2 beasts could not help but look at whooshing crocodile. In front of them, apart from the color of the scales, the color of the wings, and the size of the monster's body, the other parts of the giant beast were simply carved from the same mold as whooshing crocodile. The 5 elements crocodile himself also widened his eyes and was stunned. He couldn't even speak properly. You, the 300 jung tall crocodile looked over. His eyes were still incomparably deep. He looked at the whooshing crocodile and said, "Greet your ancestor." Ancestor. Whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. Beside him, Lin Tian was also shocked. Even though he could tell that the giant crocodile in front of him was related to the whooshing crocodile, he still couldn't help but be moved when he heard the giant crocodile say these words. This was the ancestor of the whooshing crocodile bloodline. On the other side, White Tiger and Little Taichu were also as shocked as he was. Their eyes widened even more. The giant crocodile looked at whooshing crocodile, and its eyes moved. A 5-colored light surrounded it, and a special aura intertwined. This caused whooshing crocodile to tremble. The ancient scriptures in its body began to circulate, and a similar 5-colored light intertwined. Moreover, even its bloodline began to beat along with it, resonating with the aura of the giant crocodile's bloodline, causing the void to rumble. The same bloodline aura, the same technique aura. Lin Tian was moved again. He stared straight at the giant crocodile in front of him. This is the crocodile ancestor. Previously, whooshing crocodile had mentioned to him that it had obtained an ancient scripture in a dark canyon. It said that it was created by the crocodile ancestor of the whooshing crocodile bloodline. It was very compatible with its bloodline, and the ancient scripture had never been changed. Now that he saw this scene, his expression changed. This giant crocodile was the creator of the ancient scripture that Wuxing Crocodile was currently cultivating, the crocodile ancestor that Wuxing Crocodile had never seen before. White Tiger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Brother Crocodile, this seems to be really your ancestor. Wuxing Crocodile was completely stunned. The other party's bloodline aura and technique aura were exactly the same as its own. It could easily cause the bloodline and technique in its body to resonate with it. Without a doubt, this was the creator of the ancient scripture that it cultivated. It really was its old crocodile ancestor. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The purple-robed Holy King moved. At this moment, he rushed out of Wanshang Valley as if he was flying. This peak Holy King naturally saw that the giant crocodile and Wuxing Crocodile were of the same bloodline. So, how could he dare to not make a move? How could he dare to continue staying and not escape? If he continued to stay, he would definitely die. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a great distance. The crocodile ancestor's eyes were deep and cold. He glanced at the purple-robed Holy King who was escaping, and a demonic light directly descended from the sky. Poof! There was no scream, only a bloody mist. This peak Holy King expert was instantly destroyed in both body and soul. Such a scene made Lin Tian and the others gasp involuntarily. A peak-level Saint King was actually obliterated so easily. Brother Crocodile, your ancestor is a ruthless scum. White Tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In front, the crocodile ancestor's eyes fell on Lin Tian and the others again. The demonic light trembled and turned into a middle-aged man in black. He stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Tian and the others. He looked at Wuxing Crocodile and paused. Your cultivation is not bad. Suddenly seeing a creature of the same bloodline in this place, and one that cultivated the ancient scripture that he had created back then, made him somewhat surprised and somewhat emotional. Wuxing Crocodile met the crocodile ancestor's deep gaze and felt that he was completely seen through. That you what? Call me ancestor. The crocodile ancestor said. Wuxing Crocodile shrunk his neck and met the other party's deep gaze. The pressure was too great. Ancestor. The crocodile ancestor's gaze fell on the little Taichu next to him, and a light intertwined in his eyes. A descendant of the immortal spirit royal family, not bad. Then his gaze moved and looked at Lin Tian. After a pause, he said, human, not bad. Lin Tian bowed. Senior, you flatter me. Since it was the ancestor of the Wuxing crocodile bloodline, he naturally had to bow. Moreover, the other party had killed the purple-robed Holy King, which could be considered as saving their lives. The crocodile ancestor nodded and looked at Wuxing Crocodile again. Suddenly meeting the ancestor of his bloodline here, Wuxing Crocodile was a little uncomfortable at first, because he was not mentally prepared. However, with his carefree personality, he got used to it in the blink of an eye. At this time, he met the crocodile ancestor's gaze and took the initiative to meet it. That, ancestor, what are you doing here? Cultivating, and taking something along the way. The crocodile ancestor said. What is it? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. Then his eyes lit up. Could it be some kind of heavenly treasure? It's not bad. The crocodile ancestor nodded and said to Wuxing Crocodile, Follow me. Human, follow me. As he spoke, he stepped forward and walked towards the depths of Thousand Death Valley. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger followed behind. Soon, they were thousands of feet away. The gray fog that was previously shaken off by the crocodile ancestor's aura intertwined again, completely covering the surrounding space. Even divine consciousness could not see through it. Soon, they followed the crocodile ancestor and entered a mine in the depths of Thousand Death Valley. Here, the crocodile ancestor stopped. This is... Lin Tian saw the other party stop and looked forward. He could not help but tremble. Chapter 2004. In the depths of the mine, as far as the eye could see, there were piles of divine Lingjing. It was difficult to count how many there were, and the divine aura and divine Tao law fluctuations intertwined with each other. Lin Tianyi and the others couldn't help but be shocked. There were so many divine Lingjing, many times more than the sum of the divine Lingjing they had obtained in the Kongming ancestors' secret palace and the Kongming Tao sect. It was like a treasure trove of divine Lingjing, and its value was difficult to estimate. This is really seeing so many divine Lingjing. Even with Lin Tian's temperament, he couldn't remain calm at this time. Ancestor, are these divine Lingjing the things you want to obtain? They are extraordinarily valuable. Wuxing Crocodile stared straight ahead, almost drooling. Lin Tian was a little speechless when he heard this, and couldn't help glancing at this guy. This crocodile ancestor in front of him, needless to say, was at least a sovereign. For such an existence, the divine Lingjing in this place was as worthless as sand. How could the thing he cared about and wanted to obtain be these divine Lingjing? The crocodile ancestor also glanced at Wuxing Crocodile, apparently having the same feeling as Lin Tian, but he didn't say anything. After a pause, he raised his hand slightly, and a 5-colored divine brilliance overflowed, causing the divine Lingjing in front of him to become completely transparent, revealing a place about 100 feet deep, where there was a blood-red metal the size of a head. Vanishing sacred metal. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Back then, he had asked Mysterious Yellow about many things and learned a lot of things, including the vanishing sacred metal, a kind of weapon-forging material born by heaven and earth. Although it couldn't be compared to the Hongmeng heavenly crystal, it was still very valuable, and even transcending heaven existences would be jealous of it. He didn't expect to see a piece of vanishing sacred metal here. It turned out that the crocodile ancestor was here to obtain this thing. Young man, not bad. You have good eyesight. The crocodile ancestor was surprised. He never thought that Lin Tian, who was only a god emperor, would know about the void dissolving holy gold and recognize it at a glance. On the other hand, the Wuxing Crocodile, the White Tiger, and the little Taichu were at a loss. They didn't know much about the void vanishing holy gold. Lin Tian saw that they were puzzled and gave a simple explanation. Even the omnipotent realm experts are jealous of him? It really is a super godly item. The White Tiger glared at him. At that moment, everyone's gazes involuntarily landed on the ethereal transformation sacred metal. Senior, is it very difficult to retrieve this thing? Lin Tian asked the crocodile ancestor. It seemed that the crocodile ancestor had discovered the void, turning holy gold here long ago, but it had not taken it out until now. Obviously, it was somewhat abnormal. Although the value of the void turning holy gold was extraordinary, he even had the Hongmeng heavenly crystal, so he didn't care about this thing. Other than being a little surprised when he first saw it, he had calmed down by now. There are very complicated natural divine runes wrapped around it. It is very difficult to crack. I have been waiting here for a long time. The crocodile ancestor said, but now it is considered the final stage. I will be able to retrieve it soon. Because of the Wuxing Crocodile. Although the crocodile ancestor's voice was indifferent, it did not hide anything. Lin Tianyi and the others stayed in the mine. The crocodile ancestor was in the middle. Strands of 5 elements treasure glory spread out from its body, penetrating into the large divine Lingjing in front of it, and surging towards the void, turning holy gold inside. The void turning holy gold was naturally born from heaven and earth, and naturally there were many natural divine runes wrapped around it. It was very responsible. The crocodile ancestor was using its powerful cultivation base and its own majestic saint power to dissolve the divine runes outside the holy gold. From time to time, strange runes would appear outside the holy gold, and then they would shatter under the power of the crocodile ancestor. Lin Tian watched the crocodile ancestor from the side and felt the energy fluctuations outside its body. He couldn't help but be shocked. Vaguely, he felt a wisp of pressure that surpassed the void sky rank. Ascension realm? His heart skipped a beat. The old ancestor of the whooshing crocodile had surpassed the void sky rank and was at the height of the ascension realm. The whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the little Taichu were watching from the side. They also felt the pressure that surpassed the void sky rank released by the crocodile ancestor at this time, and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Brother Crocodile, this old ancestor of yours is extraordinarily powerful. The white tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After the whooshing crocodile recovered from its surprise, its eyes lit up. Not only did it see the crocodile ancestor of its bloodline, but it was also so powerful. It couldn't help but feel a little excited. Buzz! The 5 elements' holy radiance intertwined in front of the crocodile ancestor. 1 man and 3 beasts silently stood on one side, watching the divine patterns outside the holy metal. Just like that, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a loud clanging sound came from the mine. The divine patterns outside the nullifying holy metal were completely dissolved, and a dazzling light intertwined. The nullifying holy metal seemed to have turned into a metal sun, and the light was cold and oppressive. Divine light flashed across the eyes of the crocodile ancestor. It shattered a large amount of divine patterns and grabbed the nullifying holy metal in its hand. Congratulations, Senior. Lin Tian stepped forward and said. At the same time, he felt his body turn cold. Being in close contact with the nullifying holy metal made his divine soul feel a little painful. He couldn't help but think that this nullifying holy metal was not simple. Congratulations, old ancestor. The whooshing crocodile stepped forward and congratulated Lin Tiandao. He stared at the holy metal in the crocodile ancestor's hand and said, Old ancestor, you see, caring for the younger generation is the responsibility and obligation of an ancestor. Why don't you give this holy metal to us as a greeting gift? Lin Tian, this guy was really shameless. The white tiger was also speechless. Even the little Taichu couldn't help but roll its eyes. The crocodile ancestor glanced at the whooshing crocodile and put away the nullifying holy metal in its hand. You can't use it even if I give it to you. As it spoke, it continued, however, I have to give you and your companions some benefits. You can use the divine Lingjing here. These divine Lingjing were previously wrapped in the nullifying holy metal and intertwined with the divine patterns outside the nullifying holy metal, so they couldn't be moved. However, at this time, the divine patterns outside the nullifying holy metal had been completely obliterated. He had also obtained the nullifying holy metal, so he didn't have to care about these divine Lingjing anymore. As for these divine Lingjing, although there were so many of them that it was a little scary, and even holy king-level masters would be moved when they saw them, they were useless to existences like the crocodile ancestor. He might as well give them to whooshing crocodile, Lin Tian, and the others as gifts. When the whooshing crocodile heard this, its eyes immediately lit up. It's not as good as the nullifying holy metal, but it's barely okay. It rubbed its claws and said. Lin Tian was a little speechless. This guy was still pretending to be obedient after taking advantage of him. Thank you, Senior. He bowed to the crocodile ancestor and thanked it. The crocodile ancestor nodded and looked at Lin Tian. It said, Human, you are very polite. Very good. As it spoke, its gaze fell on the whooshing crocodile again. Refine them with your companions. Then come with me. You need to train them. Chapter 2005. The crocodile ancestor's intention was to personally train whooshing crocodile in the future. Lin Tian and the others couldn't help but be moved. That ancestor, I'd better cultivate with Lin Brat and the others, okay? We won't bother you and take up your time. In exchange, you can just give us a random, sky-reaching, precious weapon. Whooshing crocodile rubbed its claws and said, facing the ancestor of its lineage, it didn't have the initial uneasiness at all. Lin Tian was speechless when he heard this. He couldn't help but squint at this guy. He could totally guess what this guy was thinking at this time. He must think that he would be treated very harshly if he followed the crocodile ancestor to cultivate in the future. Just like when Ling Yin was brought by his master to cultivate, he refused to follow the crocodile ancestor at this time. He was completely afraid of suffering. Moreover, when this guy refused the crocodile ancestor's request because he was afraid of suffering in the future, he actually said something like, "In exchange, I can just give you a heaven-ascending level treasure weapon." He was really shameless. The crocodile ancestor glanced at Wuxing Crocodile and didn't say anything. However, it had a majestic expression that couldn't be disobeyed. "Okay, I got it." Wuxing Crocodile was stunned. It could see that the ancestor of its lineage wouldn't listen to it at all. The crocodile ancestor turned into a human form, wearing a black robe. It stood quietly by the side and signaled Lin Tian and the others to refine the god Lingjing. Lin Tianyi and the others didn't hesitate. They immediately operated their ancient scriptures in this mine, absorbing the god Lingjing in this mine to cultivate. For a time, all kinds of different lights lingered in the mine, illuminating it brightly. Buzz! Outside Lin Tian's body, a golden light surged, and his essence, qi, and spirit increased bit by bit. The crocodile ancestor stood by the side, glancing at Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. Its gaze fell on Lin Tian, and in its deep eyes there was a strange light intertwined. The aura of the Nine People's techniques is at that little brat. Watching Lin Tian cultivate, the crocodile ancestor felt the aura of the Sun Heart Sutra and other techniques on Lin Tian's body. It frowned for the first time, and then it couldn't help but shake its head. "I don't feel a familiar aura." For different types of light revolved around the mine. Lin Tian cultivated seriously, and his essence, energy, and soul continued to rise. At the same time, the saint domain within his body grew as well, and the primitive aura of heaven and earth lingered within his body. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Ant's body's ancestors' ancestors. His opened his eyes. 2 eyes fling. 2 eyes, eyes flashed as ancestor's ancestor. His eyes, S's Lin, opens ancestor not. Teat, T's reach T. By it, he muttered to himself. There were too many god Lingjing in this place. Using these god Lingjing to cultivate, Shuiying's cultivation had directly reached the peak of the middle stage god emperor realm from the early stage god emperor realm. He was just a strand away from reaching the peak stage god emperor realm. Moreover, at the same time, he was also absorbing god Lingjing's energy to evolve his saint domain. At this time, his saint domain became even more astonishing. It was no longer just grass, but also some ordinary small trees that danced in the wind. The aura of life within the sacred domain was even thicker than before. With the improvement of his cultivation base and the growth of his saint domain, he could feel that his combat strength had improved by leaps and bounds. His divine power, divine soul, and physique had all undergone great changes. God, Emperor Realm. An excited voice sounded from the side. Wuxing Crocodile clenched his claws. In 3 months, he had reached the early stage God Emperor Realm from the peak stage God Emperor Realm. At the same time, Little Taichu and White Tiger had also reached the early stage God Emperor Realm. The aura they emitted was much stronger. Lin Tian stood up and bowed to the crocodile ancestor. "Many thanks, senior." These god Lingjing were given to them by the crocodile ancestor. Even though it was because Wuxing Crocodile was its descendant, he still had to thank it. To them, this was a huge gift. The crocodile ancestor shook its head, indicating that Lin Tian did not need to be so polite. It then looked at Wuxing Crocodile and directly grabbed him. "The heaven realm is filled with dangers. Be careful. Pay attention to the celestial court," it said to Lin Tiandao. Its words were simple, and then it disappeared in a flash. Lin Tian was immediately stunned. This existence really didn't hesitate in his actions. After a simple sentence, He directly grabbed the 5 elemental crocodile and left. They didn't even have time to say a simple goodbye to the 5 elemental crocodile. "Oh, let's go too." He called out to the white tiger and little Taichu and left this place. The terrain in Myriad Death Valley was very complicated and there were many earth veins, but it wasn't very dangerous. He had heard from the crocodile ancestor about the void, heaven-grade experts who had died in Myriad Death Valley when he followed the crocodile ancestor to the mine. Those experts were killed by the crocodile ancestor because they had discovered the void-dissolving sacred metal and wanted to compete with the crocodile ancestor. He brought the white tiger and little Taichu out of Myriad Death Valley very quickly. They crossed 3 magnificent celestial mountains in a row. "Where are we going next?" The white tiger asked. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, "Let's find a place with denser divine qi. Let's go home." Suddenly, a tyrannical fluctuation of Saint Qi appeared in the distant sky, interrupting his words. A total of 10 figures stepped towards this place, each of them exuding an aura that could suppress saints. "Found it. Take them down quickly." The 10 people were all in the quasi-saint realm. Their eyes fell on Lin Tianyi and the others. They were wearing the unique uniform of the Celestial Court. A few months ago, a group of cultivators from the Celestial Court were searching for Lin Tian in this area. They were killed by Lin Tian and disappeared. This attracted even more Celestial Court cultivators to this area. Many Celestial Court cultivators had been searching this area during this period, and now they found Lin Tian and the others. What a bunch of people looking for trouble. The white tiger rolled his eyes. Although the 10 people were all in the quasi-saint realm, Lin Tian had a saint king-grade precious weapon. With such a saint king-grade precious weapon, even if his cultivation was only in the emperor god realm, how could a quasi-saint resist him? Lin Tian looked at the 10 people pressing down on him. He paused for a moment and asked the white tiger and little Taichu to retreat while he went forward alone. "Let's test our current battle strength," he muttered to himself. The weakest of the dozen, or so people, was at the first heaven of secondary saints, while the strongest was at the 3rd heaven of secondary saints. At this moment, he directly circulated the reincarnation forging spirit art, stacking his battle prowess that was almost at the peak stage of the God-Arch realm by 10 times, bursting forth with overflowing divine rainbow light. Dong! He swung the primal Chaos Empyrean fist with 10 times his current battle prowess and smashed an early-stage, quasi-saint, heavenly court cultivator who was charging at the forefront. After that, the transformation god talisman activated, and the sacred domain formed, enveloping the divine soul of this person. With a horrifying scream, the divine soul was directly crushed into pieces. How could this be? The other 10 quasi-saints from the celestial court had a change of expression. A middle-stage god emperor actually killed one of them, so easily. Not far away, the white tiger could not help but shrink his neck. He felt a chill down his spine. He did not use that sacred king-grade seal, and with his middle-stage god emperor cultivation, he actually killed a quasi-saint in the blink of an eye. This combat strength is truly. Chapter 2006. The voice that was filled with praise was very familiar. Lin Tian and the other 2 were all moved. They all looked in the direction of the voice. There, 2 middle-aged men stood together. One was dressed in purple, the other in black. Royal Lord of Celestial Spirit, A.O. Jian Tinzuan. Lin Tianyi was shocked. He did not expect that these 2 ancient experts would appear here at this time. The white tiger also widened its eyes. It recognized the 2 people in front of it and revealed a shocked expression. Yeah. Little Taichu revealed a joyful expression. It flew over and landed on the shoulder of the Royal Lord of Celestial Spirit. It was extremely happy. This was its father. It had been more than 1,000 years since they parted. The Royal Lord of Celestial Spirit stroked the little guy's head very dotingly. "Sinner, how dare you appear? one of the more than 10 quasi-saint experts from the celestial court who had killed their way here, spoke. At this time, all of their gazes fell on Ao Jian Tinzuin. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, at this time, although these people's eyes were filled with murderous intent, none of them rushed toward Ao Jian Tinzuin. Instead, they were very wary. Quickly report to the Saint Kings. One of them spoke. Immediately, someone used a strange technique to convey the situation here to the higher-ups. This was because they knew very well that with their strength, they were no match for this person in front of them. If they went forward, they would only die. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out without warning. Behind Ao Jian Tinzuin, more than 10 sword rays silently appeared. In an instant, they directly chopped the dozen people into pieces. Their souls were also annihilated. Lin Tian was shocked. As Ao Jian Tinzuin attacked, he felt the other's aura. It carried the pressure of a Saint King. He's already in the Saint King realm. He was a little shocked. Ao Jian Tinzuin had reached the Saint King realm. He could believe that Celestial Venerable Zonglong and the others must have reached the same level. This really made his heart palpitate. After all, when he had ascended to the Celestial Void Realm, he had heard that Ao Jian Tinzuin and the others were only at the level of a quasi-saint a few years ago. Unexpectedly, in just a few years, they had already reached the level of a Saint King. One had to know that there were a total of 9 small steps between the quasi-saint realm and the Holy Venerate realm. The higher one went, the more difficult it was to cultivate. To go from quasi-saint realm to Holy King realm in just a few years, this cultivation speed was too fast. No matter what kind of fortuitous encounters the 9 of them had, or if it was purely because of their cultivation talent, this was enough to shock everyone. Then he looked at the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe beside Ao Jian Tinzuin and could not help but be moved. From the looks of it, the Overlord of Immortal Spirit seemed to be at the level of a Saint King. These 2 people, one was the disciple of a human king, and the other had the peerless bloodline of the Immortal Spirit imperial family. They were at the height of Saint Kings, so how terrifying would their battle prowess be? Come to think of it, ordinary Saint Kings would not even be able to block a single blow from them. Young man, don't be so surprised. The Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe smiled faintly and looked over. His gaze fell on Lin Tian. You are definitely not one bit weaker than us. In fact, you are even stronger than us. He said, when we were at your age and cultivation level, we were far from being as strong as you are now. Lin Tian was moved, not because of the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe's praise for him, but because the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe could actually see through his thoughts at a glance. It was as if he could see through everything. Then he came back to his senses and said humbly, Senior, you are too kind. He stepped forward and bowed to the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe and Ao Jian Tinzuin. Then he asked, Seniors, why are you 2 here? The Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe smiled faintly and said, Because of Ao Jian and the others, the Celestial Court is hunting you down. Naturally, we also know about this. We are certain that you have come to the Heaven Realm, so we are also looking for you. We are going to bring you to a place. Lin Tian was slightly moved when he learned that he was being hunted down by the Celestial Court. These days, the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe and Ao Jian Tinzuin were actually looking for him. Then he asked again, Where are we going? A special place. Let's talk as we walk, the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe said. Lin Tian nodded and immediately left the place. Together with the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe and Ao Jian Tinzuin, they headed southeast. Soon, dozens of celestial mountains were left behind. He also knew where the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit tribe and Ao Jian Tinzuin were taking them. It was behind the stone door that required the stone key that Ao Jian Tinzuin and the others had snatched from the Celestial Court to open. What is in there? He could not help but ask. The White Tiger and Little Taichu also looked at the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe and Ao, Jian, Tinzuin. Naturally, they were very curious about this. It is a special space-time, like a crack between worlds. The flow of time there is different from the outside world. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe said, "The difference is that 1,000 years in that space-time is only about a day in the outside world." What? Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. Behind the stone door was a space of stone. 1,000 years, and there was only about a day in the outside world. In that case, 1,000 years of cultivation, and there was only about a day in the outside world. This was simply an extremely heaven-defying, holy land for cultivation. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe smiled faintly, as if he had seen through Lin Tian's thoughts. He said, "That is a sacred place for cultivation. The reason we are looking for you is to bring you in to cultivate." Hearing this, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. Back then, because of the crack between worlds, he had lost 1,000 years of cultivation. Now he could finally make up for it. How did that space-time come about? He was very curious about this. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe smiled and looked at Ao, Jian, Tinzuin. It was a place where Master was enlightened. Ao, Jian, Tinzuin said. He was a man of few words by nature. Lin Tian's expression changed again. Although Ao, Jian Tinzuin's words were very concise and vague, he still heard something. That space-time was related to the human king. Beside him, the white tiger was also shocked. Even little Tai Chu, who was on the emperor of the immortal spirit tribe's shoulder, could not help but widen his eyes. After all, it was hard not to be moved by a place related to the human king. The emperor of the immortal spirit tribe smiled faintly. Because Ao, Jian Tinzuin did not explain in detail, he added, "Back then the human king had secluded himself there to enlighten himself. After he finished his enlightenment, time and space became extremely chaotic and full of destructive power. At that time, the human king had wanted to destroy that place directly. However, later on, he felt that after a certain period of time, the destructive power would disappear. Time and space would be greatly different from the outside world, and this difference would be positive. It would turn that place into a holy land for cultivation. Therefore, he did not destroy that place at that time. He only sealed it with a stone door to isolate the destructive power that existed in that place at that time. At the same time, he left a stone key to open the stone door for future use. However, later on, due to some special reasons, the stone key was lost. The change in time and the space behind the stone door was completed almost 1,000 years ago. Outside the stone door, one could feel a trace of the uniqueness of the flow of time. It was very different from the outside world, and was discovered by some experts of the celestial court. The experts of the celestial court who discovered that place were pleasantly surprised and wanted to open it. However, the seal was set by the human king. How could it be so easy to open it? Therefore, after the experts of the celestial court discovered the stone door, they had been searching for the key to open it all these years. Finally, it was found by a branch of the celestial court in this generation. Chapter 2007. Lin Tian listened to the emperor of the immortal spirit, divine emperor, talk about the stone door in detail, and he completely understood. Then he was even more shocked. Just because the human king was meditating in seclusion there, that place naturally became a special space. The flow of time became different from the outside world. 1,000 years passed inside, but only a day passed in the outside world. How terrifying was that? Senior, are there other realms after the Heaven Ascension realm? He asked the emperor of the immortal spirit, divine emperor. Just because he was meditating in seclusion, the space there changed so much that even the flow of time was affected. He didn't know what level of cultivation was required to do this, but from the many things he had learned about the dark yellow world, he could sense that a Heaven Ascension realm expert was definitely not capable of this. The emperor of the immortal spirit, divine emperor, obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking. In the history of cultivation, there are no other levels of cultivation after the Heaven Ascension realm. However, there is no doubt that the Heaven Ascension realm is definitely not the end of the path of cultivation, because cultivation is going against heaven and earth. There is no end to the path of cultivation, so naturally there is no end to cultivation. Lin Tian's eyes flickered when he heard this. There is no end to the path of cultivation? He thought about it seriously and couldn't help but feel that it seemed to make sense. Just as the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Divine Emperor said, cultivation is going against heaven and earth. There is no end to the path of cultivation. Then, a strange feeling suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. It made him feel that he had heard these words somewhere before. Strange. He muttered to himself, and for a moment he was a little confused. There is no end to the path of cultivation. He was sure that no one had ever said these words to him before. But why did he feel that it was very familiar? The Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Divine Emperor looked at him. What's wrong? Ao Jian Tianzuan, the white tiger, and the little Taichu also saw his strange expression and couldn't help but look at him. Looking at the group of people's eyes, Lin Tian immediately came back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head. Nothing. The Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Divine Emperor looked at him suspiciously, but didn't ask. Anyway, don't think too much. Let's hurry. Lin Tian nodded. At that moment, he, the white tiger, and little Taichu followed the celestial spirit Emperor Pearl and Ao Jian Tianzuan in a fixed direction. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. A few months later, they followed the overlord of the fairy spirit tribe and celestial master Ao Jian to an ordinary mountain range. There was a clear gorge in the mountain range, and he saw the other 9 people here. Fengshen Tianzuan, Celestial Venerable Primal Chaos, Celestial Venerable Solar, Celestial Venerable Taiyin, Master Medicine, Celestial Venerable Array Emperor, Celestial Venerable Zonglong, Celestial Venerable Daorin, and the descendant of the ancient gods, Nameless. Young man, we are destined to meet. Fengshen Tianzuan looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Lin Tian had mastered all 9 of their techniques and had cultivated them. This was indeed an indescribable fate. Lin Tian was very humble. He bowed seriously and said, I have cultivated your ancient divine techniques without your permission and taught them to others. Please forgive me. Empyrean Divine Seal waved his hand. His essence, energy, and divine were much stronger than Empyrean Proud Sword and Sovereign Fairy Spirit Sovereigns. His tone was gentle as he said, There is no need to mind. This is the beginning of our destiny. Thank you, Senior. Lin Tian bowed again. To be honest, he was a little emotional. Fengshen Tianzuan, Celestial Venerable Primal Chaos, Celestial Venerable Solar, Celestial Venerable Taiyin, Master Medicine, Celestial Venerable Array Emperor, Celestial Venerable Dragon, Celestial Venerable Daorin, Ao Jian Tianzuan. These 9 famous ancient figures, the 9 disciples of the Human King, the Emperor of Immortal Spirit, and Nameless, were all standing together with this group of people. All right, Fengshen, it's about time. Let's go to the stone door. The Emperor of Immortal Spirit said. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others naturally had names. However, they usually referred to each other by their Taoist names. Fengshen was Fengshen Tianzuan's Taoist name. Fengshen Tianzuan nodded. Let's go. On this day, Lin Tian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu followed Fengshen Tianzuan and the others out of this ordinary mountain range. Not long after, they came to another place. As far as the eye could see, there was a celestial mountain in front of them. The divine qi was extremely dense. Many of the ancient trees in the celestial mountain were wrapped in strands of strange divine light. When they came here, Fengshen Tianzuan, Ao Jian Tianzuan, and the others looked ahead. Traces of light appeared in their eyes. Lin Tian stood to the side. He naturally saw the light in the eyes of the 9 people. He instantly understood a lot. It seemed that the space-time dimension was in this mountain range. At the same time, he also saw that the emotions of the 9 people were a little strange at this time. He understood. After all, their master had cultivated here before. Humph! Suddenly a cold snort sounded. In front of them, in the ancient Divine range, a group of figures suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, they stepped into the sky. Among the group of figures, there were 3 people in the lead. The aura of their bodies was extremely terrifying. They were surrounded by the aura of a sovereign, and behind the 3 of them, there were at least hundreds of people. All of them were extremely strong, and all of them were surrounded by the aura of a Saint King. Such a scene made Lin Tian's expression change. Without a doubt, he guessed that these were definitely people from the celestial court. Among them, there were 3 sovereigns and hundreds of Saint Kings. This kind of lineup was a little scary. The white tiger's expression also changed. He couldn't help but tremble. This! Little Taichu lay on the shoulder of the Emperor of a mortal spirit and couldn't help but shrink his neck. Juniors, you're finally willing to come? A cold voice sounded. Among the hundreds of figures, one of the 3 sovereigns in the lead spoke. After the celestial court discovered the stone door here, there had been people guarding it. After Fengshen Tianzuan and the others took the stone key, the guards here had been strengthened. In the past, there were only a few Saint Kings guarding here. Now, there were 3 more sovereigns and hundreds of other Saint Kings. This was because they knew that Fengshen Tianzuan and the others would definitely come here after taking the stone key. Fengshen Tianzuan and the others were now in the Saint King realm. The cultivation gap between them and the sovereigns was too huge. In terms of combat power, they were far from being a match for them. However, at this time, facing 3 sovereigns and hundreds of Saint Kings of the same level, their expressions didn't change at all. You predicted that we would come here and waited here, but do you really think you can deal with us? Fengshen Tianzuan said calmly. This calm attitude made the 3 sovereigns of the celestial court freeze, and their eyes became colder. Chapter 2008. The sky above and the ground below were covered by endless divine runes. The 3 sovereigns and hundreds of Saint Kings of the celestial court stood guard. With the 3 sovereigns in the lead, they all looked coldly at Fengshen, Tianzuan, and the others, as if they were already looking at prisoners. You have no room to resist. Today, you will only be suppressed, one of the sovereigns said. One of the sovereigns said as he sealed off the area. No one below the sky-reaching realm could go against him. As his words fell, the endless divine runes of the law, suppressing cage, trembled slightly, emitting rays of light that froze everything. This scene shocked Lin Tian. He had cultivated the Formation Emperor's Tiani Soul mantra, so he could naturally sense the terrifying power of the law suppressing cage. It was as if it could suppress heaven and earth. The 9 disciples of the human king, the descendants of the celestial spirit royal family, and the descendants of the ancient gods. If we suppress you all together, the divine master will be extremely happy. Another dominator rank expert spoke. Ordinary Saint King, cultivators simply couldn't enter their eyes, much less the eyes of the heavenly court's heavenly master. But Empyrean Divine Seal and the others were absolutely not ordinary Saint Kings. Each one of them had a heaven-shaking origin. Suppressing a group of Saint Kings like this was extremely valuable and meaningful. Suppress, the sovereign said again. As his words fell, the law-suppressing cage's light shot up into the sky and directly pressed down on Fengshen, Tianzuan, and the others. Its aura was turbulent and surging. Facing this turbulent pressure, Lin Tian could not help but tremble. He only felt that his entire body had become cold. Then he tilted his head and looked at Fengshen, Tianzuan, and the others. Fengshen, Tianzuan, and the others were not ordinary people. He believed that before they came, they must have expected that there would be people from the celestial court guarding here. This way, they would definitely have a way to deal with it. In fact, his guess was very accurate. You think too much. Fengshan Tinzuin said calmly. Beside him, the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor smiled faintly and did not say anything. In the next moment, strands of six-colored divine light intertwined. Behind him, a soul shadow appeared. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a height of 300 meters. It was intertwined with the same six-colored divine radiance, but it was unknown how much stronger it was. Its divine might was vast and mighty, and it caused the world in all directions to tremble. The sky directly collapsed. Chi, chi, chi. A series of crisp sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the law-suppressing cage was shattered by the aura emitted by the soul shadow. This is... Lin Tian stood off to the side and looked at the soul shadow that had suddenly emerged from the Immortal Spirit Emperor's main body, and he couldn't help but shudder. The aura emitted by this soul shadow was too terrifying. It was shocking to the extreme, as if it could easily devour the world. Yeah. Little Taichu glared at the soul shadow behind the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor. The soul shadow's aura was exactly the same as the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperors. Its origin was resonating with it. The three sovereigns of the celestial court and hundreds of saint kings changed their expressions. The coldness they had just now disappeared in an instant, and they were all replaced by fear. That old demon, Yu, the sovereign of the celestial court, who had been indifferently saying that Fengshan Tianzuin and the others were no match for him, could not help but tremble at this moment. It's very rude to call someone else's ancestor an old demon. The Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor said lightly. As he finished speaking, the soul shadow behind him opened its eyes. They were like two eternal black holes, extremely terrifying to the extreme. With a whoosh, the sovereign of the celestial court who had spoken was instantly disintegrated. Not a drop of blood flowed out, and it was directly weathered into sand. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. A sovereign was destroyed just like that. At the same time, he was also shocked by the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor's words. He stared unblinkingly at the soul shadow. This is the ancestor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor family. Previously, when he was in Dafan Holy Land, he had heard from a wisp of Tao Master Kong Ming's soul that the Immortal Spirit Emperor family had an extremely terrifying old demon. He did not expect to see it today. Although it was only a soul shadow, its aura was terrifying. It was as if there was nothing it could not do. The ancestor of the little guy's bloodline. The white tiger's eyes also widened, its face full of shock. Within the celestial mountain range, the other two sovereigns of the celestial court and hundreds of saint kings were all terrified. Then, without saying a word, they all fled into the distance. They had set up a law-suppressing cage here. Anyone below the level of Immortal Spirit Emperor family would be suppressed. They were already prepared to suppress Fengshan, Tianzuin, and the others, but they did not expect that the ancestor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor family would appear here. That person was known as the Old Demon by the Celestial Court before the primordial antiquity. Even the Immortal Spirit Emperors of the Celestial Court were wary of him. Although it was only a soul shadow that had appeared here, it was not something they could withstand. The Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor's expression was calm. He did not say anything. Behind them, the soul shadow's eyes were extremely deep and weathered. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the fleeing elites of the celestial court trembled. Then, like the sovereigns before them, they shattered one after another. Even the other two sovereigns who had already stepped into the space tunnel were no exception. As the soul shadow's eyes moved, the space collapsed. Their bodies fell out and were directly shattered. Everyone's body and soul were destroyed in an instant. Seeing the scene, Lin Tian could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Such a group of elites had actually been wiped out in an instant. This is really... The white tiger swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yeah. Little Taichu stood on the shoulder of the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor family. Looking at the soul shadow behind the Emperor of the Immortal Spirit Emperor family, He blinked his big eyes and looked like he was greeting him. The soul shadow was at least 100 feet tall. His eyes were deep and weathered, as if he had truly seen through everything. His gaze moved and fell on the little fellow. After pausing for a moment, a ray of 6-colored divine light shot out and entered the little fellow's forehead. Then, in the next moment, the soul shadow became faint and then slowly disappeared. Yeah, why is it gone? The little fellow's eyes widened. Although its temperament had always been like a child, it had just understood that the soul shadow was the ancestor of its lineage. It had wanted to talk to the ancestor, but the ancestor had disappeared in an instant. The emperor of the immortal spirit emperor family rubbed the little fellow's head and said with a smile, "The ancestor is in seclusion in the long river of time. The amount of soul power he can separate is very limited. He won't be able to last for long. In addition, he seems to have given you some special power just now, so he disappeared. Don't worry, you will see him again in the future." Beside them, Lin Tian listened to the emperor of the mortal spirit emperor family's explanation to the little fellow. His heart could not help but twitch. The long river of time was very dangerous. Stepping into it, one's body and soul would be destroyed if one was not careful. However, the ancestor of the immortal spirit emperor family was in seclusion in the long river of time.